Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond by Jennylynd James. Red Car Long Legs is a memoir of life in California. As a recently divorced parent with a toddler, I started a job in the fresh fruit and vegetable industry in Oxnard, California. This is a tell-all story of trying to fit into the California mold with the right house, right clothes, and right friends. It parallels the American dream. Pursuing a career in the produce industry gives insights into the cultures of rural America and of Central and South America as I traveled frequently for work. I attempted dating in California using the catchy handle of Red Car Long Legs. While appearing to have everything including a high-profile career and regular exotic travel, I became disenchanted with the rat race and materialistic lifestyle of Southern California and decided to leave in search of a new life and new career in Europe. Getting a work assignment in Dublin, Ireland, we packed lock, stock and barrel and prepared for a new life's adventure, escaping to Éire, the Emerald Isle. Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. What I'd like to do this afternoon is read from one of my favorite books. Oh, hi Gloria! So happy you could join us this afternoon. This afternoon I'm going to read from a memoir called Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. For those who don't know, I'll just tell you about some of the books I've written. Now, I've worked and lived in 4 different countries, and I wrote a memoir based on all the various places where I've lived. Each place I've written a memoir so far. So the first one I did was Escape from Ireland, because I'd moved to Toronto from Ireland, and I miss Ireland so much that I had to write about Ireland. I just couldn't get Ireland out of my head. So in 2013, I published this book. Now, moving to Toronto was quite an event, and it was quite a culture shock. And I wrote about the culture shock in a book I call Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire. Because when I left Dublin, it was the height of the recession and things were a bit crazy, and I had a business there, lost the business. So moving to Toronto, without knowing anybody and no job, it was quite a feat. And I wrote this memoir as a form of healing. I put it that way. Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire. Then I thought, wow, I was on a roll. I decided to write Red Car Long Legs, which is a story of what happened before I even moved to Dublin, Ireland. And that's the book we're going to cover today. Another memoir that I wrote was Dérivé. And this talks about being an expat or feeling like an expat in Trinidad and Tobago, my country of birth. Because I moved around for the past 25 years, living in different countries, every time I went back to my home country of Trinidad and Tobago, I felt like a tourist. And so this book is a collection of stories of going home to visit Trinidad, for various occasions, weddings, birthdays, like when my dad passed away, carnival trips, taking foreign friends to visit, like the Irish boyfriend or a Canadian friend, and all the jokes that happen along the way. So Dérivé is a collection of stories of feeling like a tourist in my own country of Trinidad and Tobago. So that was a great book to write. And then another one that I did, and one of the most recent, published in 2018, that's called Where Are My Car Keys? And this talks about my mother's journey with Alzheimer's disease.
So over a 10-year period, we saw her slow demise. And as a form of healing, I wrote this book back in 2018 after my mom passed away. It was a good way for me to describe how our family felt over the years, what we saw during her journey with the disease. And I also did the illustrated kids book, Is That My Granny? So in the voice of one of my nephews, you know, we saw Granny, the granny that he knew, disappear slowly. So this book I illustrated is my first kids book, and it talks about Granny's journey with Alzheimer's disease. So that's just a review of some of the books that I've published. So let's see who's here. Anne-Marie. Oh, great to see you. So thanks everyone for joining. Now, I'll just tell you a little bit about this book, Red Car Long Legs. I got a job in the fresh fruit and vegetable industry in California back in, it was January 1999. I had been working in Florida doing a postdoc research fellowship, and then when that was done, I had to apply for a job, and lo and behold, one came up in California. So this book talks about all the adventures of moving to the state of California from Florida. And I worked in the fresh fruit and vegetable industry, so adventures, you know, in visiting farms, not only in California, but also the company I worked for, Boscovich Farms, they had business in Central and Southern California, as well as Arizona, Mexico. So I worked with them for a while, and then I moved on to the Dole corporate office, which was also based in Southern California. And I worked in the with banana and pineapple growers in Central and South America. So I had to visit farms and plantations in these countries in Central and South America. So it was a lot of travel adventures, and I thought it would be great to encapsulate a lot of these adventures in a book. So I'll read the back of the book, the summary. Red Car Long Legs is a memoir of Jennylynd's life in California. This tell-all story of her trying to fit into the California mold with the right house, right clothes, and right friends parallels the American dream. While appearing to have everything, including a high-profile career with lots of exotic travel, she feels driven to find Mr. Right. Details of California dating and exploring the wilds of Latin America abound in this story of exploration and self-actualization. So this story talks about work, but it also talks about having fun in Southern California. And I had a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is just read what it was like to go for the job interview at Boscovich Farms, and they're based in Oxnard, California. So that's how I start the book, because I'd never been to California, but lo and behold, I flew into Los Angeles and had to rent a car and find Oxnard, California. And I flew in like 10:30 p.m. and I'd never been to California before. So let me just read from the first chapter. A few months before my plane had touched down in the Los Angeles airport, I was scheduled for this job interview. It was my first time traveling to LA. I was fortunate to get an interview with a company based in Oxnard, California. All I had to do was rent a car and find my way to the motel located close to the main office. I planned to wake up early and arrive at 9 a.m. for my interview. I looked around the terminal to find the airport rental car service. And now, if anybody here knows LAX, the Los Angeles airport, it is huge. They have at least 7 terminals. So trying to navigate around LAX is crazy, especially for the first time and at night. Anyway, LAX has more terminals than any other U.S. airport I've ever visited. I could not figure out which direction to turn. Eventually, I saw someone in uniform and asked for directions to Dollar Car Rental. He pointed at the sign that said car rental shuttles this way, and then he ran off. Rushing to the center island, I watched as one company van after the next arrived and left. As soon as one crowd gathered and boarded the vans, more people arrived. A group of 5 men with multiple tattoos and piercings gathered at the curb, cursing and swearing as they waited for their van. They reeked of stale beer and their eyes looked bloodshot. As the Dollar Car Rental van pulled up, to my disgust, they also boarded with me. I cracked the window slightly to get relief from the smell of alcohol and tried hard not to make eye contact because I felt a bit afraid and a little unsure of myself. The rental car offices were in fact located outside the massive airport and were not in walking distance. When we alighted from the van, the checkout line was a mile long. After 11 p.m., I finally got keys to my car and asked for a map of Southern California. The attendant showed me the best way to get to Highway 101. It was the highway that would take me to Oxnard. When I jumped into my car, the rowdy group of men shouted across the yard asking if I needed company. I stepped on the gas pedal and rushed out as swiftly as I could. I did not want them to follow me in their big cruiser and hoped they were going in a different direction. Being a bit paranoid, I checked my rearview mirror repeatedly. North on Sepulveda Boulevard and onto Highway 405. This highway was supposed to meet the 101. I turned on the light and looked at the map to be sure I was heading in the right direction. Now, in those days, there was no such thing as GPS. You used maps. All right, so I was good at reading maps, and these days I'm still good at reading maps. And at 11 p.m. I was trying to drive and look at the map at the same time. A bit dangerous, but that's what happens. Anyway, mounting the ramp onto 405, it was evident nobody would give me a chance to enter. This highway was said to host at least 400,000 vehicles a day. And so did Highway 101. The drivers were fast and furious. I sped up and still couldn't enter. Wondering if I would drive into a sidewall, a split second of clearing finally came, and I joined the speeding masses at 120 kilometers per hour on that freeway. There were no roadside lights, and bright lights from oncoming traffic was blinding. I had to stay alert, ignoring all thoughts of sleep and pushing my body into high gear. A cold sweat from nervousness broke out, and I cracked the window to let in some cool, fresh air. In 15 minutes, I saw a sign indicating an exit to the right for Highway 101. Again, it was a challenge to get to the right. Mad drivers were overtaking on the right side too. They left no space for folks like me to enter. As a car passed me, I dashed into the lane behind him, barely missing him by a hair. This caused distress for the car following him in hot pursuit. The driver behind me blew his horn long and hard. He was upset by my sudden move, and he let me know it. He then proceeded to drive as close as possible to my bumper, tailgating at 120 kilometers per hour on an unfamiliar highway. It made my heart race. I breathed a sigh of relief as soon as I got onto Highway 101. This momentary reprieve only to find the stunt would have to be repeated again and again, driving on that crazy highway. But that was just the introduction to LA driving. And I had to learn, living there, I lived there for about 6 years, I had to learn how to drive like a crazy person at 120 kilometers per hour on the freeway in Los Angeles. And it was one of the biggest freeways I'd ever driven on. 7 lanes, can you imagine? 7 lanes, okay? I'd never seen that before in life. How many of you have been to Los Angeles and have driven on Highway 405 or 101? Please tell me in the chat box. Anybody here? Anybody? Put a note in the chat box. Let me hear if you've driven on any of the crazy freeways in Los Angeles. Anybody? Anybody? Just put a message. Hi, Michelle. Glad to see you. Hi, Jill. Hi, Sachi. Hi, Philippa. Oh, Philippa's here. Thanks for coming. All right, so nobody's driven on the crazy highways in California. Well, I'll tell you, you have to have a strong heart to do it. Okay. Now, as I drove up the highway, I'll tell you some more adventures. I missed the exit to my hotel and had to retrace my steps and go back to find the hotel. So let's see, I'll tell you what happened after that. Retracing my drive, I got back to the slip road with the motel and entered the yard. One truck after the next could be seen parked in a row. This motel was probably a welcome rest stop for long-haul truck drivers. Several other vehicles entered the yard after me. I tried to find parking near the main office to check in. As I parked and came out, two truck drivers looked me over and whistled. I looked away, kept my head down, and swiftly removed my bag from the trunk. It was important to appear brave and bold in this situation. Even though I was falling apart inside, I locked the vehicle and bolted to the office to check in. Unfortunately, the office door was locked. It was 12:30 a.m. Hello, hello, is anyone here? I called out anxiously. I heard whistles in the background and saw two big truck drivers jump down from their rigs. After ringing the doorbell a few times, a sleepy-looking man emerged from the back office to open the door. I rushed in quickly, telling him about my one-night reservation. He searched the list, but he could not find my name. Come on, I wanted to say, but I had to calm down. Can you please check again? This reservation was made since last week. He looked again at the list. By that time, some other people had also entered the office and waited to get their keys to their room. I heard someone whisper behind me, "Oh, this is a fine-looking woman." Not wanting to turn around, I kept my composure, asked the attendant to check again. Eventually found the booking and gave me the key to room 10 located upstairs. I wished he had not yelled out my room number to everyone in the little office. After all, I did not want anyone following me upstairs. I grabbed my key and headed for the door. "Oh, this one's serious," said one in the group. As I whisked past, "Hello, darling," he said, but I didn't answer. Mounting the stairs, I was not sure which direction to turn, left or right. A lucky turn left brought me to room 10, down the open corridor. I tried the key, and it would not go in. My hands were shaking and sweaty. I tried again and finally got the key in the lock. I heard footsteps as some loud people advanced up the staircase. The key had to be jiggled in the lock before the door finally opened. I ran swiftly into the room, locked the door, fastened the latch, and set my alarm clock for 7:30 before hastening to bed. Anyway, some of the misadventures of having to fly all over the place for interviews and stay at roadside motels and all that. That was just my introduction to California. So does anyone have any questions? Or somebody said they're driving on Highway 4. Oh, Roma. Hi, Roma. Driving on Highway 401 now. Great job. Oh, my goodness. Now, I'm going to let me take a little sip of tea. When I finally got the job, I decided that I was going to buy a house right away. Now, that's one question I wanted to ask people. If you've just moved to a place, would you buy right away or would you rent? So put your answers in the chat box there. I know my parents who were alive at the time, they say, no, don't buy anything. You don't know the place. So tell me what you would do if you moved to a new town. Would you buy a place right away or would you wait and see what it's like? Put your answers in the chat box. Anybody? I'm looking for some answers. Anybody? No? Well, anyway, I had to live in the same motel. I moved back to that motel because it had a little kitchenette, and so I would buy frozen dinners. Okay, Sachi said she'd wait and see what it's like. Gloria said she'd probably rent until you had enough dollars to buy. Okay, great answers. And probably wise. Well, the time I moved to California in January 1999, and I had the American dream, and Michelle said she would rent to make sure she wanted to stay there. Okay, so those are all sensible answers, but I was not sensible in inverted commas, and I decided that I had to get into the American dream because I was living in America. And as soon as I moved to or got a job in Oxnard, I decided I was going to buy right away. So I stayed in a motel for almost 2 months until I could find a place in my budget. I had no budget, but I didn't even have a down payment. So it's all in the book. Lots of jokes with home buying because I had no idea how to even buy a house. But I just knew I wanted one. And so what I could afford was a teeny tiny townhouse in Oxnard, California. So I'll tell you just an intro to that. During my first week in town, I decided to call a real estate agent whose mature face smiled back from a sign in front of a house. Sam was a tall, middle-aged, well-groomed gentleman with salt and pepper hair. During my lunch break one day, we met to view a 2-bedroom house in Oxnard. I told him about my recent move from Florida, about wanting to buy a house right away, and the fact that I was living in a motel. This first-time buyer, so I was in need of advice. The kindly gentleman took me under his wing and became an amazing resource for the weeks ahead. He may have felt sorry for me and became my substitute father. Sam set up an appointment to visit his friend Mike, who worked for a mortgage brokerage and escrow company. "What's an escrow company?" I asked. He knew I was totally green and had to become knowledgeable on home buying in a hurry. Mike's office was a one-stop shop for all home buyers' needs. He asked me to return with a job letter showing proof of salary, and the next day I was in Mike's office completing a host of application forms. "You can't buy a home until you are pre-approved for a loan," he explained. "We need to know how much you qualify for before you can go shopping." Mike completed the application for the mortgage loan, and in filling in my profile, he put white, male, U.S. citizen. I looked at him. I said, "Mike, that's not correct." He told me, "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Just sign here. Your salary is high enough, so I know you can pay." It was a rude awakening for me about how the profiling of people for mortgage loans worked. I was on a work permit. I was a black woman. And I was on, an H1 visa. So not a U.S. citizen at all. I probably would never have qualified for a mortgage loan at that time. So my guardian angel was at work helping me out. And that week, a photo and write-up about my joining the company had been published in several local newspapers and the produce industry newsletters. So this was a public relations program run by Boscovich Farms, the company where I worked, and Mike had seen all the local news articles. He knew my position was secure because it said so in the newspapers. So, what does everybody think about that? I got a mortgage loan right away, the first-time home buyer, because of what the mortgage broker put in the application. What do you all think about that? So that was 1999. Okay, isn't that fraud? Well, the mortgage brokerage wanted to know that I could pay the mortgage. They knew I had a fabulous job. The salary was high. And so, that's what they did. And I never missed a beat because, well, I had the money. Anyway, but it was interesting. And I was there telling him, no, don't do that. And he was like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. So, interesting time, I tell you. Now, I'm going to read a fun passage. When I worked for Boscovich Farms, they had growers in Southern California, Salinas Valley, Central California, and then also contract growers in Mexico. So San Luis, which is just south of Yuma, Arizona, and then also Baja California, which is south of California. And I was responsible for all the food safety programs on the farms and in the pack houses. So the first foreign trip down to Mexico, my boss went with me. And I'll tell you some of the misadventures on that first trip to Mexico. We drove down to Baja California from Oxnard. And to give you a reference, Oxnard is about 50 miles north of Los Angeles. Okay? So within a couple of hours, we were in Mexico, driving south. After passing San Diego, it was just a matter of time before we hit the Mexican border. We stopped to use the bathroom, got some food, and filled up the gas tank at a roadside convenience stop before the border. It was only then I realized I had not packed my passport. All I had was my driver's license in my wallet. As an American, it was usually easy to travel back and forth across the Mexican border. People of Mexican descent were searched or interrogated the most in case they were illegal immigrants without visas or work permits. I, however, at that time traveled on a Trinidad and Tobago passport. I was not American, and I needed to take my passport, which held my H-1B work visa and the stamp to show my reason for living in the United States. Bob, I don't have my passport with me, I said timidly. What? You don't have it? Oh my God. And we're almost at the border. He paused for a while, for a few seconds to recover from the initial shock. Then he said, you know what? We're going anyway. We'll just have to wave at them at the border crossing. I followed his lead. As we stopped at the Mexican border, the immigration inspector asked, Americans? Yes, we said. He stared at us. I gulped silently. My boss said, just going down for the day to Tijuana for shopping. The inspector waved at us and we continued driving. Many Americans went across the border to Tijuana to buy prescription drugs, which were cheaper than in the US. They also went for clothing, alcohol, and other consumer goods. It was a brisk business run daily at the border. The time was around 8:30 a.m. when we crossed, and I even saw Americans walking across the border to do their shopping. On a busy Friday morning, we did not create any suspicion or alarm, and we were just part of the daily crossing. "Whew," said Bob, relieved as we were not asked to show anything. "Jennylynd, you're putting us in an awkward position. We'll see what happens when we're driving back into the US. That's going to be interesting," he said. I was nervous about re-entering the US. If we met a stickler for details, they could detain me at the border for hours. Oh my God, what would happen to me? I had visions of being locked away in a room with other illegal immigrants. They could throw away the key and my family would never hear about me again. However, for the time being, I focused on the day ahead. We drove on the outskirts of Tijuana. The place looked a bit dirty and seedy as we passed, and I made a mental note to never visit over there for any reason. I was a little afraid of the desolation I saw on the outskirts of the city. We passed a few more towns on the way down, then went past Ensenada, where I heard some cruise ships from the United States would dock. Many party ships came down to Ensenada to take people binge drinking and shopping. We then took a small roadway heading inland. According to Bob, the owners of our company no longer drove to Baja California to visit the farms like they did in the past. There was a new fear of kidnappings. However, he said we had nothing to worry about because we were not wealthy landowners. I was still a little worried about our safety. There were not many road signs, but Bob knew where to drive. I was glad the company had not sent me on this expedition by myself. I would have been lost many times. As we turned a bend in the dirt road, we came to a roadblock. A bunch of youths with rifles peered at us and looked around at the back seat of the car. I almost wet myself with fear. Bob, however, appeared calm as usual. "Where are you going?" one of them asked in Spanish. Bob explained in perfect Spanish that we were visiting the ranch of Jefe Gonzalez in Mañadero. "Oh, really?" said the young man, and he stared at us. With that, Bob reached under the car seat and pulled out a wad of US cash and handed it to the spokesperson for the group. He smiled, showing a few rotten teeth, and signaled to his buddies to open the makeshift barrier. I could not even speak. The shock of the event, which happened in less than a minute, was reeling in my head, and I was shaken. But I tried to speak as we drove past some of the young men who were still staring at us suspiciously. "Don't worry, Jennylynd. I have things under control," said Bob, as he tried to calm me down. "You just have to give them a few dollars, and they're fine." "But they had big rifles, Bob. Oh my God, I was so scared." The shock took a few minutes to wear off, and I still couldn't understand the situation. Then Bob said, we may meet a few fellas like that again. So I have cash under the car seat, and I have a gun, so don't worry about anything." So can you imagine my first trip out on the job? And we had guns and and US cash under the car seat and all that. Talk about adventure. Now people, tell me what you think about that. Oh yes, Michelle said Bob was prepared. Yes, he sure was. I was not prepared mentally, but he was prepared. And, you know, it was my first couple of weeks on the job, so. Oh yeah, Harold said Bob's a rock star. He sure was, and always calm. He was always calm. I just couldn't understand it, but he was a good boss. Very, very good boss. I'll never forget when I first started. You know, he knew about planning and building and all that, but my portfolio was food safety. And he told me, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing, but just do it really well. So, and I did a good job because I like a boss like that. He said, take it away and do it well. He was an excellent boss. And so it was one of the best jobs I ever had. I was just busy up and down, traveling and enjoying the job, literally. Yes, so now, let me tell you about one of the interesting people I met, because I had to make new friends. I didn't know anybody. So it was quite a feat to move to a new place, find a home, and make new friends, you know, starting from scratch. But Californians are really friendly, so, you know, you just meet somebody, you start chatting with them, before you know it, friend for life. So I still have some of those California friends for life. I still know some of them from 1999, believe it or not. So anyway, there was one girl I met when I was looking for a daycare center for Tiffany. So I'll tell you about a story with her. In the book I call her Dana. So Dana was telling me that she knew the secret to dating because, you know, I was recently divorced. I had a young child. I was young, so I wanted to meet a new partner. And Dana told me she had the secret to dating. And it was a book called The Rules. When Dana started telling me finally about the rules, it was quite late. She said, I have to lend you my book called The Rules. In fact, you must call up the Barnes & Noble store on Telegraph Road in Ventura and see if they have it. Buy your own damn copy. I was being ordered to buy a book that I knew nothing about. It must have been an extra important document. I didn't mind getting the book if it would help me. Dana said, this book is the Bible for relationships. It was written by these two women who wrote down all the time-tested rules to trap a man. Ha ha ha, she laughed hysterically at the thought of trapping a man. I was about to ask her why she was single if she knew the rules so well. She must have been reading my mind, because then she went on to describe all the characters she had worked the rules on. Dana explained that I had to dress up and look beautiful at all times, even when going to the supermarket. Speaking to a man first or staring at him was forbidden, even if I liked him. I was never to pay on a date. I said, but suppose the man asked me to split the bill. She said, never do it. He should be paying for the pleasure of your company. And never see him too often when you first start dating. Oh my gosh, I saw George almost every day when we had our little relationship, I confessed. You see, she told me, that was your problem. What problem, I asked. She said, he got tired of you. If you had taken the relationship slowly and played your cards right, You would be married in 8 weeks. You would still have him. He would have asked you to marry him. Oh my gosh, I felt like crying at that point for my folly of not knowing the rules. I had let George slip out of the palm of my hands. Did she ever stop to think that George had attachment issues? Not just with me, but with anyone. For Dana, being married was very important. She expressed this idea repeatedly to me, so much so that I was beginning to believe that I was supposed to be married. I was slowly being transformed into a believer of the rules. If a woman wasn't married, she was nothing. Dana continued to explain the rules to me. Never accept a last-minute invitation for a date. If a man is serious, he will ask you well in advance to go out with him on the weekend. Yikes, how late is late, Dana? I asked. Girl, you will really have to get your copy of the rules and study it very well. You don't know anything. I've read mine at least 20 times, she boasted. You have to find some men and practice the rules on them, she said. It was a big challenge for me to find some men and practice the rules on them. How was I going to do that? The following evening, I went to Barnes & Noble after work. I was frantic to get my hands on a copy of the Dating Bible. I ran to the associate at the front desk. Hello, do you sell the rules? He looked calmly at the deranged woman in front of him. Ma'am, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do you know the name of the author? Of course not. Why would I know the name of the author? It had never entered my head to verify this with my dating advisor. Just look at the catalog on your computer, I said. It's all about dating. I'm sure you have it there. He looked for a few moments as I inhaled deeply, trying to maintain my composure. Yes, I found them, written by Ellen Fine and Sherry Schneider. Which copy do you want to buy? The Rules Part 1 or the Rules Part 2? He asked. You mean there's a Part 2? You gotta be kidding, right? Dana didn't tell me that. Yes, ma'am, there are 2 versions, he said. Okay, give me both of them. A girl can't be too prepared. So, please tell me, listeners, what you think about that story of the rules. Have you all heard about that book? I was being schooled by a professional dater. She knew all the secrets of the rules. What do you all think about that book? Or have you even read it or heard about it? Anybody's heard about the rules? A time-tested methods for dating. Anybody's heard about it? Yes, you have to get your copy, Part 1 and Part 2. Well, now this was 1999. I'm sure they have Part 3 and 4 by this time. But anyway, I put a copy of the link in my description box there. So if you want to find out more about the books. And so I'm going to read one more passage for you, some adventures in Peru. As I traveled to Honduras, Ecuador, Peru, Costa Rica, several different countries to visit banana and pineapple plantations. And I'm going to read about one adventure in Peru. Now, I was supposed to go to Piura, which was in the north of Peru. And I made a detour for about 3 days to Cusco, the Inca capital up in the Andes. My boss didn't know where I was at the time. But I disappeared, went to Cusco and Machu Picchu. So I'll tell you about one adventure I had. Because of the altitude, you're not supposed to walk about too much on your first day because you get altitude sickness. You know, it's quite high up in the air. And I was told to rest when I first got there, but I'd never follow instructions. So I went walking around on the first day, and this is what happened. Please give me a chair, somebody. Please, una silla, por favor, I yelled. I was about to collapse as the space revolved around me. A man saw my distress and brought me a chair. It must have been a common sight, collapsing tourists suffering from altitude sickness. I sat there for a while and watched the world spin as I caught my breath, what little was available. You okay, lady? He asked. Yes, I'll be fine, thank you, I said, gasping for breath. After about 15 minutes, I felt strong enough to move. However, I was also a bit hungry. It was a long time since dinner the night before. I walked to the nearest restaurant, which was 2 doors down from the market, and sat down again. The place was empty, but they were open for business. I ordered a light soup. It was all my stomach could take, and I chatted a little with the waiters. While we were there, he suggested I rest. Why was everyone was telling me to rest and rest and rest? As I finished my soup, an indigenous woman walked in from the street and spoke loudly with all the waiters. She also greeted me vociferously. She carried a tray covered with a white cloth. The waiters started motioning to me to taste something. Cooey, cooey, they said in chorus. What? I had no idea what they were talking about. Everyone knew I was visiting from America. Cooey, cooey, they said again. Trátalo. Just then, the woman removed the white cloth to reveal what looked like 6 big barbecued rats. Their eyes and teeth were looking at me. Cooey! They motioned for me to try it. No gracias, no gracias, nada para mí, I said. I was not going to taste the ugly-looking critters. Not for love, no money. She did not accept no for an answer. The woman took her grubby fingers with the nails that were full of dirt, broke off a piece for me to taste. By this time, all the waiters in the restaurant were at my table, looking with delight and egging me on. Trátalo, trátalo. So I looked at her fingernails and remembered all the food safety practices I was preaching to people on the farms. Wasn't I in Peru to do inspections of farms? If the altitude sickness didn't get me, the cooey or her dirty fingernails would certainly finish me off. So to find out what happened next, please get a copy of my book, Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. You need to know what happened with that cooey and other delights that I decided to eat while traveling in Latin America. It was actually roast guinea pig, and that is a delicacy in the Andes. Everybody eats cooey. So we've almost come to the end of my presentation, which ends, let's see. We have a few minutes for questions and answers. So tell me, has anybody ever tried cooey? Anybody? Anybody ever tried alpaca? That was another thing I tried in in Peru, because you know they have the llamas and the alpacas. And one time I went into a restaurant one of the nights in Cusco, and I told the waiter, bring me something I've never had before. What would you recommend? And he said, alpaca steak. So I said, okay, I'll try anything once. And when he put this meat in front of me, the smell was gamey. I mean, it was like, whoosh, blow you away smell. So it was interesting. And I do describe that in the book. So alpaca steak was one of those, and pisco sour, which was an alcoholic drink. But if you all are interested, the first 10 people to subscribe on my website, I put the link there, you'll get a free electronic copy of Red Car Long Legs. So first 10 people to register on my website, right? JennylyndJames.com books. You can get a free ebook just by registering on the website. Good afternoon, hello and welcome to this afternoon's book reading, Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. So we'll wait for a few more people to join us this afternoon. Hello and welcome. I see we have someone who's just joined us. Please let me know who you are by putting your name in the comment box. Welcome to this afternoon's book reading. We're going to wait for 2 minutes or so more people can join us this afternoon. It's sunny outside but really hot, so I'm glad to be in here with the air conditioning this afternoon. Just 2 more minutes. Oh, hi, KWI Bonafide. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well this afternoon. It's so hot outside, I thought I would melt. So I just felt really glad to be inside with the air conditioning. How is everything today? So we'll wait 1 minute and then get started. I have these little songs in my head all the time. All right, let's get started. Thank you and welcome for coming out. Welcome to you for coming out this afternoon. This is actually the last in the series of book readings because, you know, it's summer and everybody wants to be outside. So we have read from all my memoirs twice. So Red Car Long Legs, this will be the second reading in different passages from Red Car Long Legs. So what I like to do is introduce all my memoirs before starting the book reading. So the first memoir I wrote was Escape from Ireland, and this talks about life as a newcomer in Ireland. I lived there from 2004 to 2010. And the book has all the adventures and misadventures of being a newcomer in Ireland. Then I wrote Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire. And this book talks about what it was like as a newcomer to Toronto, especially the first 2 years trying to settle in Toronto. And we read twice from this book. You can find all the book readings on my YouTube channel, Jennylynd James. Another favorite, Dérivé, or Dérivé as Trinidadians would say. This is a collection of stories which tell what it was like going back to Trinidad and Tobago, my country of birth, and what it felt like on different occasions, weddings, funerals, carnival. So Dérivé, a Trini expat comes home. Then this memoir, Where Are My Car Keys? A Mother's Journey with Alzheimer's Disease. This talks about my family's journey as my mother went through Alzheimer's disease and what we observed and how we reacted to her slow demise. It was over a 12-year period when she suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Along with this book, we have the children's companion book, Is That My Granny? And it talks about Alzheimer's disease as seen through the eyes of my nephews. So what children would see when a grandparent or great-grandparent is suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Now, I'm very excited to announce the upcoming novel. This is my first novel, first fiction, Mrs. Somebody, What She Did for That Ring. So in 2 weeks' time, we will have book readings from Mrs. Somebody. So I'm working feverishly on the edits for this new book, and I hope everyone will join us on Sunday, 9th of August for Mrs. Somebody, What She Did for That Ring. Now, today we're going to read from Redcar Longlegs, Adventures in California and Beyond. And I lived in California for about 6 years. I worked in the fresh fruit and vegetable industry. It was a very exciting time in my life. So the book talks about life in Southern California and then having to travel constantly for work, mostly to Central America and South America. So we're going to get started. Welcome, whoever who has joined me now. I'm seeing another face there. Welcome. Okay, so now I'll read the introduction to Redcar Longlegs. When my postdoctoral research fellowship at a university in Tallahassee, Florida had run out, I managed to get a managerial position at a fresh fruit and vegetable company based in Oxnard, California. I was recently divorced with a toddler and determined to start a successful industry career. Moving to California provided unique challenges such as first-time home ownership and learning Spanish to communicate with staff. My responsibilities took me to Mexico and throughout the United States, participating in industry conferences and auditing growers for the company. This exciting career was punctuated by the search to find love, with many episodes of dating. Romance in California, however, proved as fleeting as the population that ebbed and flowed. Joining an organization for single parents helped me to find new friends and people with whom to socialize. It was a materialistic society with many hoping to become famous in Hollywood. A person's worth was evaluated by his zip code and the type of car he drove. I bought into the hype and moved to Westlake Village, California. As my skills increased, I moved on to a more senior role at a multinational company. I enjoyed the corporate company culture of private aircraft travel to remote locations in Central and South America. And I ate my way all around Latin America, experimenting with exotic dishes. Eventually, disenchantment with the system and the money-oriented society set in. I became restless with the inability to find a suitable life partner. It made me question whether the grass was greener in another land, I decided to look for work experience in Europe with the hope of finding a solid culture with real people. This quest set the stage for a new life's adventure. So that's the introduction. Just saying, I worked in Florida. I was at Florida A&M University. And then when that contract ran out, I had to find a new job. So I was lucky to find a very good position in Southern California. And so the story went. Now, when I moved to California, I bought a house right away. Or at least I got a mortgage right away. And I couldn't furnish the home. So let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you that story. The story of the first-time home buyer. Getting used to the many bills that came with home ownership was difficult. In addition to the mortgage, I had to pay mortgage insurance for not putting down a 20% deposit. Since I lived in a gated community, $300 went to Homeowners Association dues, which were paid monthly. The gardens and pools were certainly beautifully maintained daily by Mexican gardeners. They watered, pruned, trimmed, cut the grass, cleaned, did all that was needed to make our complex called California Lighthouse look beautiful. I also had to pay for electricity, water, garbage collection, telephone, car note, car insurance. I didn't dare add any more bills to the list and decided to live without home insurance and cable television. In addition, cell phones were new at that time. So that was 1999. And I wasn't going to get another expense, so I didn't get a cell phone. The company gave me a pager. Everybody who traveled had a pager in 1999, and that was it. No cell phones. Can you imagine? Now in 2020, who would have thought that people couldn't exist without cell phones? But I did, and I traveled for work constantly. At the end of each month, I had to write many checks and mail out the envelopes with a stamp so they would arrive before the due date. Such were the joys of home ownership in the 1990s. Checkbooks were always used and reordered frequently. My esteemed friend and real estate agent told me that I would be able to get paintings, antiques, and unique decorations to furnish my whole house by going to a Friday evening auction. It took place in a warehouse in North Oxnard. I had assumed that auctions were for snobbish, wealthy people. But this one was different. It was a casual event run by Kathy and Mom. Previewing took place from 5 to 7 on Thursday evenings, and that was the time when potential buyers could rummage through miscellaneous boxes, review furniture, and size up all the items on offer, and plan ahead for the Friday night bidding. The warehouse was dingy with rows of old tables, onto which objects were placed with brief descriptions. The auctioneers would empty estate homes each week and be responsible for selling the contents, and they took 10% on top of the sales price. This was something I had to remember when I started bidding, the extra 10%. It was an auction for ordinary people, and nobody wanted to pay too much for anything. I needed table lamps for all the rooms. In newly constructed condominiums and townhouses like the townhouse I bought, there were no ceiling lights in the bedrooms, so I needed table lamps. With so many beautiful walls, I needed paintings and decorations. And at the auction, they had original paintings. I had to furnish my room and furnish my daughter's room and decorate it too. All I had was mattresses. The auction game began, and I went every Thursday to preview and find treasures for the home. Items changed every week depending on the house or estate that was being auctioned. Sometimes the goods were beautiful, sometimes they were not. One had to return every week to find new options. My first Thursday, I approached the warehouse nervously. It was on Wagon Wheel Road, a quiet slip road in the north of Oxnard, just off Highway 101. The old Wagon Wheel Motel, a bunch of ramshackle wooden buildings dating back to the 1950s, and a few other buildings were situated along the roadway. The motel had a giant neon sign that included an animated stagecoach driver and galloping horses. It was near the shopping center. This road also had an old roller skating rink and a bowling alley. So from the description, you could tell it wasn't a nice side of town. So that's why I was a little nervous going there. I wondered if it was safe, but many other people came to preview. The tables were full of bric-a-brac and small lamps. The regulars said they were going to reserve, they would put a reserve price on everything. So I had to ask, what is a reserve price? The woman I asked, she knew I was a novice and helped me along with more information. Reserve is the minimum price an item could sell for. The seller would not accept a bid any lower than that. I spotted 3 solid wooden chests of drawers that would be ideal for my little girl's bedroom. If I could paint them, I would create a ballerina-themed room for her. The plan had begun to take shape in my head when I spotted a framed print with ballet shoes. I walked around the warehouse looking at paintings, old books, even an old pop-up doll book. So many treasures, so little time. Now, how many here have been to an auction before? How many people are listening in have been to an auction? Tell me in the chat box. Anybody? Tell me in the chat box if you've been to an auction. Nobody. Okay, so I'll tell you about the first day when I went. Kathy, the auctioneer, was assisted by her mother, who she called Mom loudly throughout the evening. Kathy had short dark hair, wore a t-shirt and track pants, and spoke faster than anything I'd ever heard. This is a beautiful set of crystal glasses. It's Waterford crystal. Come on, do I hear $10? Open bid. $10. Beautiful and for entertaining. Do I hear 15? 15. There it is. 15. I see a hand up in the back. Do I hear 20? People raised their cards when they placed a bid, and everyone had a number. I was too shy to raise my bidding card. I wanted to see what the other people would do. After observing a few winners, I decided to risk a bid on a box of books and miscellaneous items. I had not even looked at the box, but since the bidding was low for this item, there was no harm in taking a chance. I raised my card. I had number 26, and I bid $5 on the box. Kathy then said, $10, $10, do I hear $10, do I hear $10, over here $10? No cards went up. She challenged the crowd again. Then she said, yes, sold to number 26. Yippee! I had won a box of Lord knows what. I was exhilarated to be a winner. Kathy and Mom provided a great deal of entertainment during that night. So you'll have to read Red Car Long Legs to find out what I won in my first auction. Yes, and it was quite exciting. And I managed to furnish quite a few rooms and get lots of decorations for my first home, going to that little auction every Friday night. entertainment galore, and lots of strange characters from the small town. Now, since I moved from Florida to California, I had to get a California driver's license, and I also had to change the license plate on my car. And there was a time limit, and I had been dodging the police, when I knew the time limit for the car license plate had to be changed, but I was kind of waiting a few months. Then I decided, okay, I had to do that, and I had to get the California driver's license. So let me tell you what happened then. A section called California driver's license. Since I had moved to California from Florida on January 1st, I was driving around with my Florida license plate on my red Mitsubishi Eclipse with the sunroof, as well as driving with a Florida driver's license. I tried to see how long I could get away with it while dodging police cars as they spied my red car. The thought of spending the extra cash on car registrations and other non-essentials had me hemming and hawing. I decided if the police stopped me, I could always pretend that I didn't know the details of the law. Unfortunately, red sporty cars always attracted unnecessary attention, and one day I was stopped by a cruising police officer. "Ma'am, you are driving with a Florida license plate. Do you live in town?" "Yes, I do. Just moved here 2 weeks ago." I winced as I tried to contrive a plausible story, feigning ignorance when he asked where I lived. "Ma'am, you need to change your license plate as soon as possible and get California driver's license plate." I was like, "Really? I wasn't sure I had to do this so soon." "Yes," he said, "and if we see this Florida license plate again, you'll get a fine." So that's the magic word, a fine. We don't want to get fines. Hello, Magda. Good to see you today. So now I'm going to tell you what happened. Those were the magic words, get a fine. It was better to swiftly get the plates changed than to spend money paying fines. When I explained the situation to colleagues at work, they told me I needed to pass the fuel emissions test to get the California license plate. Pollution levels were a serious issue in the state, and they had special rules. Not everyone could show up and just get a license plate. One colleague recommended getting an oil change as soon as possible and having a pre-screening fuel emissions test done before going to the Department of Motor Vehicles. I had 1 day to do everything, and my brain was in a whirl. Fortunately, places remained open late in the area, and I was able to get the oil change and spark plugs replaced at a garage in town. I had purchased my brand new car in Florida in '97, so 2 years later I didn't think there would be any problem with fuel emissions. That would surely only apply for old gas guzzlers, I thought. I got a letter of temporary approval because my car was approved. The driver's license was the next step. I filled out the DL-44 form, giving a thumbprint and having my photo taken. I had to verify birth date and proof of residence, which was my home purchase information. After paying the fee, I had to pass a vision exam and then set up an appointment for the test on California traffic laws and signs. The test had 36 questions, and one had 3 chances to pass. It seemed simple enough. I received a copy of the road signs and other rules for driving. Scanning the document briefly, I imagined everything looked familiar to me and I booked my appointment right away during my lunch break the following day. When I returned the next day, I settled to take the test on the computer. As one question after another flew in front of me on the screen, I discovered that some of the multiple choice questions were tricky. In addition, I couldn't remember what I had seen in Florida and what was new in California. I was guessing one question after the other, and the future looked bleak. "Stand over there and wait for the results," said the attendant when I had finished. I looked around at the crowd with a smirk on my face. Lots of Mexicans. They probably didn't even understand the questions the way that I did. Look at that one. He probably just crossed the border. Ha! In 10 minutes, the attendant called us one by one. Mr. Mexican passed and went over to receive his temporary permit. The laminated version was going to be sent in the mail. Jennylynd James. She mispronounced my name. Why did everybody have to mispronounce my name, I thought. As I came to the counter with confidence, she said, "You did not pass. You can allow 2 weeks before booking an appointment for the retest." What? Is this a mistake? But I've been driving at least 15 years, I told her. I knew I hadn't studied, but this was so humiliating. Even Mr. Mexican passed the test. I hung my head down in shame and said, "Okay, I'll call to make an appointment." So what you all think about that? I went in for the test extra confident, never studied. I looked at the others around and thought, oh, they certainly don't know as much as I do. And I didn't pass the test. Tell me, what do you, oh yes, terrible thought, Miss James. Exactly. Exactly. I had to study. How many people here have taken driver's tests for driver's permits in different countries? Put it in the chat box. Let me see. I know I had to take a test for Trinidad, first of all, driving on the left side of the road, wheel on the right. Moved to the US. I had to take the exam again. In Florida, I had to do the written test. Came up to school in Quebec. I had to do the test again in Montreal. Moved to Ireland, I had to do the test again. Right, so I've taken that driver's license test. Even in Toronto, I had to do the test again because they wouldn't accept my Irish driver's license. So I've done the written and the road test many, many times. That's a book all by itself. Can you imagine? Anybody else has any story, any horror story to tell about taking the driving test? Put it in the chat box. Any of the listeners? Magda, if you're still there. Anyway, now I'm going to tell you a little bit about what happened after. Now I had moved. Okay, KWI Bonify. You took the test in the UK. Okay. Did you have a similar story to mine? Yes, so when I moved to California in January 1999, sorry. My daughter was staying with my mom in Trinidad so that I could get a place to live and get settled, get daycare, and then bring her. So I'm going to read what happened 6 months later when my mom brought her. Whereas Magda said, yes, 15 years ago in England. Oh yes, that's what happens when you change countries, and the whole driving story. As June approached, I looked forward to the return of my little girl. She had been lovingly cared for by Granny in Trinidad, and I had prepared her room and a welcome party. I had found a matching wooden headboard to complete the bedroom set. I sanded the furniture and also varnished it and put on pink ballerina shoes and tiny bunches of yellow flowers and blue bows. So I did my DIY furniture decoration. That evening, I went to the airport to meet Tiffany. Those were the days when security was relaxed and one could go all the way to the exit gate of the plane, whether traveling or not, to collect friends and relatives. Can you imagine? Now we don't have that luxury. I was waiting at the door of the plane in anticipation of my cute child and my mother as they emerged from the plane. It seemed like an eternity as people filed out, and I waited and waited. They must have been the last ones to leave. Tiffany hopped and skipped down the walkway, hopping towards me. Then she hopped way past me. "I'm going to meet my mommy in California," she said. I took photographs and she smiled at me. She didn't know me. When my daughter joined me in California, she was 3.5 years old. At that time, slim child, large brown eyes, long eyelashes, curly brown hair, so cute. But she didn't know me. "I'm going to meet my mommy in California," she said again. My child did not even know who I was. My heart dropped for that one split second. How could I let her know how much I loved her? How I sacrificed to pave the way for her smooth arrival and settling in California. "I am your mommy," I said. "Look at me. I love you." As tears of joy rolled down my face, I hugged her and gave her many, many kisses on her cheeks. Then hugged my mother too and thanked her for taking such good care of my bundle of joy and bringing her to me in California. I promised her she would always be with her mommy from then on, through thick and thin, no matter where I had to move. She hugged her beloved mother, whom she had come to see in California. So what do you all think about that? She didn't know who I was, and I was waiting there. She told everybody apparently on the plane that she was going to see her mommy in California, and hopped and skipped. She told me too as she left the plane, and then she walked past me to tell other people that she was going to see her mommy in California. It was a happy moment, but kind of bittersweet. But anyway, the day after that, we had a big party to celebrate, and it was a joyous reunion. Okay, hi, Mrs. Birch. Yes, you just joined us. Okay, well, thank you for coming in to the book reading. Now, I'm going to tell you about some fun times and dating in California. So I had found a babysitter who would watch Tiffany for me after school, after preschool, and then if I wanted to go out too on weekends, she would watch Tiffany. So I'll tell you what happened one time when I went on a date. One weekend, I went off to a late evening date to meet Terry, who lived in Newbury Park. We had met once at a bar in Oxnard, and there was a bit of chemistry on both sides. He invited me to his place for a barbecue. Against my better judgment, I agreed to go, deciding to have my car keys ready in case there was any monkey business. Explaining my date to the babysitter, Miss Cheryl, who was a God-fearing woman, was difficult. She would never understand the concept of internet dating and unknown people. Blasphemy against the Lord. "Where are you going?" she asked when I dropped Tiffany off. "Who are you going with? What time will you be back?" As a grown woman in my 30s, I felt like a guilty teenager playing hooky from school. Holy people may have felt women with children should not go on a date. I had to hide my story from her at all costs. When I was able to peel myself away from the interrogation, I made my way south on Highway 101 and over the hill to Newbury Park. Terry had given me directions to his house. When I got there, he had the tiniest grill set up in the dirt next to the driveway with a few coals set in it. He was trying to get the coals started. Was this what the man called a barbecue? He was stooping over the grill in the dirt when I showed up, wearing my cutest casual party outfit in my red sports car. I had to take a deep breath, calm down, and keep an open mind. Our conversations were cordial on the phone during the week, so he may have been a good man. Terry was tall and muscular. He had a neat mustache and a nice crop of brown hair. I could see myself possibly having a relationship with him, but would have to overlook the primitive barbecue. "Great to see you, Lindy. Thanks for coming over," he said. "Great to see you too," I said, as I surveyed the yard, the house, his car, his body, and everything else in one quick swoop. The sun had started to set, so I had to get a good view of everything before it got dark. "So how was your week?" I asked. "Well, same as usual, hard work and glad for the weekend," he answered. I listened to his conversation as we entered the kitchen. "Would you like a beer?" he asked. "Sorry, I don't drink beer." "Do you have soda?" I asked. "No, I don't," he said. "Well, water is fine for me." He opened the tap and filled a glass up with tap water. "Cheers," I said nervously as he held up his bottle of beer. Terry gave me a tour of his little bungalow. It was a basic 2-bedroom concrete home that was certainly in need of a paint job. He spoke about his divorce and putting money away to start his life over again. That's good," I said, and listened attentively. "This is the living room, this is the bathroom, I have an extra bedroom, and this is the main bedroom." As I looked around the little house, I decided it was basic but neat. Could I see myself in the little bed in his main bedroom? I didn't think so. Terry didn't have much furniture, and what little he had was used, functional gear. It was definitely a bachelor's home. He then decided it was time to start the barbecue grill. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Sure, let me see if you need any help." I was quite curious to see what was on the menu. "We're having steak and potatoes," he boasted. "Yeah, steak, sure." I lied. I never ate beef, and sometimes I found it hard to digest. I would have to eat it as if because there was no choice. I should have known. What else would a bachelor cook? I watched as he played with a tiny grill on the gravel in the front yard. He didn't use a table or anything to lift it off the ground. There we were, stooping on the ground over the little grill. I felt like I was camping in the forest, but it was his front yard. He stuck some more coals on the tiny gadget and tried to light them. So primitive, I thought. Keep an open mind. He took 2 huge slabs of beef steaks out of the refrigerator, slapped them onto the grill when the coals were lit. There was no seasoning, no marinating, and no tenderizing. It was from the fridge to the grill, in good caveman fashion. The steaks were removed rare from the grill. "Hey, Terry, would you mind cooking my steak a little bit longer?" I asked as I stood observing the scene. I didn't want to see any blood. "No problem, buddy," he said. I'm sure he and his buddies ate steak and drank beer on Saturday night, but I was a fine lady and I deserved more than the buddy offering. Despite my open-mindedness, I couldn't see myself fitting into Terry's world. We sat at the countertop in the kitchen with our steaks, some sauce, and the potatoes that were baked in the oven. Good," I said, observing how he attacked his rare steak with relish as I played with mine, cutting it into smaller and smaller and smaller cubes. Anyway, to find out what happened next, you need to get your copy of Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. Yeah, when you said Terry, oh yes, he ate his bloody steak in front of me with relish. I couldn't. But I was one of the buddies in that at that time, I think. But anyway, you could find out more. I have many zany and crazy dating stories in this book. You're going to have to get a copy, JennylyndJames.com books, or you can get ebooks on Amazon. If you have Kindle, you can also download for free and read for free if you belong to the Kindle Owners Lending Library. All right. KW1, oh yes, a rare steak. Yes, it was. No seasoning or anything. Caveman style. Now, I'm going to tell you about one segment of the population and what they thought about marrying, getting married. And this segment is called Marry Well. I was under the impression that the people of California were modern thinking and well ahead of the rest of the country in all social beliefs. It was true. Many new religions, new food trends, and new businesses started in California. The state had a wonderful atmosphere for nurturing entrepreneurs. Some of the highest divorce rates were also noted in California. I wondered what this meant for a single mother like me at the time to settle and work there. In my mind, the average person in the population should have been used to single parents and independent women. However, I discovered pockets of traditional societies like where I lived. Some pockets in society were fixed on the traditional family structure and frowned upon anything that was out of the ordinary. "You have to marry well," I heard one woman say at the office as she trudged through her boring 9-to-5 responsibilities of shuffling papers, taking calls from complaining customers. "What do you mean? What's marry well?" I asked, a bit bewildered by the statement. "Look at me," she said. "I wouldn't be here if I'd married well." "Find a man with money. I'm telling my daughters to marry well so they don't have to work," she confirmed. I was shocked. I was taught to study hard, go to university, find a good career, and that's how I was raised, growing up in the Caribbean. You were to go to the best high school, go to the best university, and become the best career woman. However, I was living in the United States in the 21st century, listening to someone talking about marrying well and staying at home. I could hardly believe my ears. It was evident she didn't want to work. Was there something bad or unsavory about working? Was she being lazy? I tried not to judge, but found her job quite easy, even if it was boring. What important things would she be doing if she wasn't working? Would she have a daily purpose in life, or did she not have to get dressed every day and she didn't want to come to an office every day? How would she save the world? If you have to marry well, she said again, you have to marry well. Her head hung low and she continued her drudgery. It never occurred to her that if she went back to school and got some additional education, she could earn more money without marrying well. So what do you all think about that? Somebody put a comment in the box. Have you ever heard the term marry well so you don't have to work? Anybody? Any of the listeners? Yes, the area where we lived in Southern California, there were many people like this. Many had married well, and I'm going to read a passage about some wealthy ones, a group that I tried to join. Church moms, I call this section. And I'll tell you what happened when I joined the Moms Club at a new church in Westlake, California. When we moved to the new neighborhood, I decided to go to an Episcopal church in Agora Hills, which was closer to my neighborhood. After a few Sunday masses, I wondered how I could make new friends in the area. People left promptly after mass saying a quick hello to the priest, who shook everybody's hands. One Sunday I stopped and I told the priest that I was new in the neighborhood and wanted to make friends. Being a thoughtful man, he paused for a moment. He looked at Tiffany and me and then suggested I meet with the Moms Club. Apparently they met once a fortnight at various homes in the neighborhood. He felt it would be good for me to bond with other moms. I jumped at this idea and he gave me the name and number of the coordinator of events. No children were allowed because the mothers were supposed to have a night off. I called the organizer, took directions for the meeting the following week at Sally's house, and off I went. We just had to bring a snack and get ready for lots of conversation. I had to travel overseas early in the week, but I was free on that Friday evening for their meeting. As I rang the doorbell at Sally's house, I wondered if I had made the right decision to go there. I could hear a tiny dog barking and running around near the front door. That's okay, I heard a woman's voice say as she approached the door. Hello, I'm Marge, she said as she opened the door and looked at me from head to toe. I had a lump in my throat but got the courage to speak up. Hi, I'm Lindy. I'm here for the Moms Club. I feigned a smile of courage and held out my hand for a handshake. I had been so used to greeting people in a formal business setting with a handshake that I couldn't get away from this. Come on in, she said with a friendly smile. Come right this way. A few of the girls are here already. We entered a spacious hallway with plants, and Marge led me to a large sitting room which was off to one side. 5 of the ladies were gathered there yapping away. Marge introduced me, and in a whirlwind I heard everyone's names. Don't worry, we're going to do this once everybody's here. After chatting with the ladies, it appeared most had young or elementary school aged children. So we had some of the same experiences in child rearing. When everyone arrived, at least 15 women were at the gathering. One of the organizers said we had to get together one day at the park. I usually take Johnny to the park at 11 on mornings, she announced. Well, I'll join you over there, said another one. I knew I had to be in the office at that time, so I kept quiet. Most of the mothers didn't work and were available at a moment's notice to go to parks and other places during the day. Let's do something for ourselves without children, said one woman. Yes, that's right, said another. Let's go scrapbooking. I wondered what scrapbooking was and I listened attentively. There's a new place on Ladero Canyon Road offering scrapbooking. They have all the materials. You just have to pay and go in with your stuff to assemble, said one mom. Okay, chimed in another one. Oh, And if you have any talent at all, just don't bother to come, she said, laughing hysterically, while the others chimed in laughter. I didn't find anything funny about her statement. It confirmed to me the fact that some women felt worthless, even to the point of putting together creative scrapbooks. I used to make scrapbooks to preserve memories of trips abroad or business trips. What was this woman speaking about when she said people with talent should not come? I was too talented and uptight to hang out with them. I was pulled out of my daydream when one woman asked what I did all day. I told her I worked for a large corporation and I traveled frequently to Latin America on business. She looked at me with pity and said, I feel so sorry for women like you who have to work. What? I asked, completely baffled by her pity. You feel sorry for me? She confirmed, yes. I used to work at a bank. I couldn't imagine having to get up every day and work. Now I have a kid to take care of. My husband pays for everything, so I don't have to bother. Now, listeners, what do you think about that? The Moms Club. Do you think I stayed in the Moms Club? Put in the comment box what you think about the Moms Club. Anybody? Well, believe it or not, there are pockets of places in California where women think like this. And it was quite a shock for me, because I just thought everybody was career-minded like I was. But it was not true. Now I'm going to tell you about some adventures that I had while traveling around Latin America. When I worked for Dole, I would be sent to Costa Rica, Honduras, different places in Central and South America. And sometimes instead of driving by road, it was shorter to take the company's little jet. So Dole had several little ones that would take people to different parts of the country, and it was just faster to get to and from work that way. So I'm going to just tell you about one instance where we flew from San Jose, California, San Jose in Costa Rica, to the tropical side of Costa Rica. As soon as we fastened our seatbelts, we took off. As we climbed into the sky, the constant din of the propellers was apparent. It would not be a silent ride like a big aircraft. However, we would only be airborne for 20 minutes. I noticed that we flew closer to the ground than the typical big plane. I could see all the cars and the roadways. We then hovered over more rural areas outside the city of San Jose. The most spectacular sight was the many tall mountains and dormant volcanoes that dotted the landscape. Rudolfo, who was a manager based in San Jose, pointed out some of the major sights on the way, and I reacted with loud cheers. Within 15 minutes, we started our descent. Down and down we went at what appeared to be breakneck speed. As I looked below us, all I could see was a wide expanse of green. Where was El Capitan taking us? I didn't see any place to land. We were going to land on the treetops? Was that it? This must have been in the middle of a plantation. I started to panic and I tried taking deep breaths. The man must have known what he was doing. Why was I panicking? Feeling a little sick because the descent was rapid, I tried hard to see if I could find a landing strip. We were going down and down and down. We were coming close to the trees, and then all I saw was more and more green. I decided to cover my eyes to spare myself the agony. "Jennylynd, why are you covering your eyes?" asked Rodolfo. I shouted, "I can't look, I can't look. He's going to get us killed. I can't see where we're going to land." Before I could say another word, we hit the ground, moving forward on a dirt landing strip. I knew we were still alive, and only then I could exhale and unblock my face. Rodolfo was looking at me, the mad woman, and I was defending my actions. "Well, it's the first time in a small jet. What do you expect?" I wiped the sweat from my brow and looked around. We had landed on a small dirt track cleared in the middle of a massive banana plantation. We were surrounded by thousands of trees, and it was intimidating. I thanked El Capitan profusely for bringing us to safety, and I asked him to pose with me for a photo next to the jet. So you may, those of you on Facebook, you may have seen the photograph of me with El Capitan next to the plane. First time in a small jet. I was terrified. How many people put in the chat box, how many of you have flown on a small jet, especially in the jungle? Anybody? Any of the listeners? I tell you, it was a frightening experience, the first experience anyway. In fact, most of the experiences, I had just a bit of nervousness even after that, especially when we were in windy locations. That happened a lot flying around Central America. Let me just take a sip of water and put in the chat box if you've had any experience driving in those little 3-seater jets. Right. Now let me see. I can read another. Let me tell you a story about one time when I went to visit the banana plantations in Honduras. Because Dole had operations in Honduras, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Peru. That's where they grew the bananas and pineapples. So I had to go and visit the plantations, look at their food safety and quality assurance programs. So one time they sent me to Honduras. I had to return to Honduras to visit company farms and pack houses on the Caribbean coast. The trip was going to involve a series of layovers and changing planes to get to the town of La Ceiba on the coast. When I looked at the convoluted journey, I was happy to have 4 days locally to recover before flying out again. I flew from Los Angeles to Tegucigalpa, then from there a local plane to San Pedro de Sula, which was north, and then from San Pedro de Sula to La Ceiba. In San Pedro de Sula, I was surrounded only by locals. There were few, if any, tourists in this part of the country. The local flights were filled with business people and traders flying around the country. Wearing modest clothes, I tried to blend in. The Honduran population was cosmopolitan in some areas, so it should not have been obvious that I was visiting from America. I always tried to hide in case anyone had an unfriendly bias against American business people. The last leg of the journey was on an Airbus from San Pedro de Sula to La Ceiba. I wondered why the travel agent referred to the flight as an Airbus, but I thought nothing of it. We boarded a small plane with a big belly in midday sun. It was hot and humid that day, and everybody was perspiring since the little airport had no air conditioning. The Airbus was also hot. I fastened my seatbelt and waited to be airborne so the craft would cool down. Nobody was strict about overloading like in North America. Passengers had brought everything they possibly could on board. As we lifted off, the little plane groaned and rattled. I looked at my neighbor who sat calmly, pulled his cap over his face, leaned back to get a nap, and that was it. How could anyone sleep in that heat? The Airbus rattled and rattled. There was no cool air. In fact, it got hotter, and we flew lower than one would expect for a plane. I could see treetops. Surely this was too low. It reminded me of old newscasts of planes carrying soldiers at war. Soldiers who would jump out with a parachute. The other passengers were comfortable, and I tried to focus and think happy thoughts. With every rattle, I thought the sides of the jet and the doors would fall off, or we would crash. I held onto the arms of my chair, closed my eyes, and prayed for myself, my child in California, my family, and for everybody. In the middle of the prayer, we started our descent. I couldn't wait to walk on the ground again. It was the longest 20-minute flight of my life. As we touched down, every inch of the plane rattled noisily. Passengers grabbed their belongings from under the seats or overhead compartments and made a mad dash across the tarmac for the small terminal. Thankfully, my suitcase came, and I rushed out of the small concrete terminal to see who was collecting me. Sure enough, I saw a stout fellow holding my name card. "Hola, Jennylynd," he said. "Hello, Juan, how are you?" I held out my hand and shook his. He wore glasses and mopped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. The humidity was high, and so was the excitement in the airport as people went in all directions with associates and families. Juan was dressed in the company's t-shirt and long khaki pants. "How was your flight?" he asked, with a Honduran accent. I assumed his accent was typical of the region. "Oh, it was interesting. I thought I would die in the Airbus, but no big deal." Juan, however, did not understand my sarcasm, so he didn't laugh. "I will take you to visitors' housing to put your bags, then we go to dinner," he said. "Thanks, that would be great." I had actually forgotten that I was hungry during the flight on the Airbus. Anyway, so what do you all think about the Airbus? Has anyone been on an Airbus before? Anybody? Let me see. Small jets are terrifying. Yeah, Michigan to Toronto, yes. There's some little ones out there. But I think the Airbus was worse because there was no AC. And it was huge. And old and rattling. Right, so when we got to the preferred restaurant for the company's managers, we had a table waiting for us near the front door. The manager was expecting us. Juan ordered a bit of everything, as I requested, so I could taste the best of Honduran cuisine. It was delicious, especially the freshly fried fish. Anyone who entered the restaurant told our group, "Buen provecho." This is similar to bon appetit, or enjoy your meal. It was a sign of respect for our group. All the managers would answer, "Gracias." By the fourth buen provecho, I had given up and I focused on my meal. There was no way I was going to continue with the gracias, gracias for everybody who walked into the restaurant. The Honduran population was way too polite for me. And I don't think anybody noticed that I didn't greet them. Anyway, so that was just a bit amusing. Everybody who walked in the restaurant, buen provecho, gracias. Buen provecho, gracias. Very polite people, very polite. I guess I was not as polite. Now I have one more passage I want to read for you. I was very happy with my job, but I wanted to get European work experience, and I tried to convince the company to send me to their European branch, but it didn't work out. So I decided to find my own job in Europe, and I'll tell you how I did it. I took a flight to the UK. I had written some companies in advance, and I went to speak to different managers, but that didn't work out immediately. I returned to California from my UK visits dejected, but continued sending out applications. Then one morning I checked my email, and a message had come from a fresh produce company based in Dublin, Ireland. They had seen my application for a job in their UK office and decided to contact me for a role coming up in their Dublin office. That was very interesting. A fresh produce company in a city, not just in a city, but Dublin, fair city. Right away, the opportunity presented hope for European work experience. I answered, yes, I would be willing to interview for the role. We went back and forth to plan the ideal time when HR could call me for a telephone interview. Dublin was 8 hours ahead of California time, so I had to wake up early in the morning for them to conduct an afternoon interview. This was no problem for the opportunity of a lifetime. I was prepared to wake early. The call was arranged for 5 a.m. one fateful morning in April 2004 with HR and a technical manager. We spoke for almost an hour about my academic background and my work experience with the company in California. The technical manager was excited about my international experience and hoped I would fit into their business. The HR manager's voice was warm and friendly. Her accent was not typical of what you would hear on TV shows about Ireland. The roll of the R was less pronounced. Within a few days, an email came asking when I could fly to Ireland for a face-to-face interview. Well, I had to thank my lucky stars. They were serious about me, and my dream was coming true. I found every piece of information about their company and studied like a maniac. Reviewing the job description 1,000 times, I prepared a concise PowerPoint presentation about my skills, addressing each and every role in the job description. Practicing the presentation backwards and forwards and in front of a friend was critical. I applied for a day off and flew to Dublin, and I was going to be back after the interview. And my friend Joni was to keep Tiffany for me over that weekend. The Irish company paid for airline tickets and booked a room on Sunday night at a small hotel near St. Margaret's in Dublin. All I had to do was take a taxi from the airport to the hotel, and everything was coordinated. Now, at the interview, the company's technical manager collected me early from the hotel, and we drove through all those rural roads to get to the company. The interview went very well with the general manager that day. She asked dozens of questions and seemed to be quite impressed with my answers. At the end of almost 2 hours, we were done, and they went away for a brief discussion. When they returned, the owner said, "We want to hire you for the job." The general manager, the owner, everybody was excited. "We think you would be a very good fit and we hope you will accept our offer. Those words reverberated in my ears like magic. Hope you will accept our offer. She didn't know how many months I'd been searching and waiting to hear those words. I was in a daze for 2 or 3 seconds before I could compose myself and not drool over the offer that they had presented in front of me. I asked if they would pay for my moving expenses since I was coming from the other side of the Atlantic. The response was, yes, of course. And we left it at that. The company was to send a written offer to me in a few days. All I had to do was relax and hold my breath for a few days and try not to bounce off the walls with joy. I was finally getting the opportunity I was looking for, a chance to work in Europe. Back in California, that evening I collected Tiffany, and Joni asked how the interview went, and I erred on the side of caution, saying I felt it went well, but I'd have to wait for written confirmation. It was best to do this. Celebrating with the world without a written contract was foolhardy. With a confirmation in hand, then I could start making announcements. As I fell asleep in my own bed that night, my mind screamed, "We're moving to Europe!" My job letter came on May 12th, and I had to plan a move across the Atlantic in 6 weeks. So what do you all think about that? I had 6 weeks to sell my house, sell my car, give notice at my job, 30 days notice. 6 weeks, because nobody was going to be holding a job for a foreigner for a long time. Anyway, if you want to find out how I did the move, you have to get your copy of Red Car Long Legs, Adventures in California and Beyond. The last chapter I talk about all the hoops I had to jump through to move from Westlake, California to Dublin, Ireland. And what a move it was. For those who know the book Escape from Ireland, you know what adventure awaited me. Well, thank you, everybody. That was the last reading, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you check out all my books. I'm going to put the link in the chat box. You can find my books at jennylyndjames.com/books. You can read about all the adventures. Jennylynd James /books. Please remember to like my Facebook page, and you can check out videos of all the past readings on my YouTube channel. If you search YouTube for Jennylynd James, you'd see all the past book readings. So we've read from each memoir twice, and just want to invite everybody on August 9th. I'm hoping to launch Mrs. Somebody, what she did for that ring. So Mrs. Somebody is my first novel, because remember all the other books were memoirs. So this one is fiction, but based on some true stories, okay? Lots of true stories, my stories and other people's stories. So, but it's a dating book, and I'd like you to help me spread the word. I'm going to be sending out some email reminders and Facebook posts about Mrs. Somebody. So coming up, the next book reading will be August 9th, Sunday, August 9th. So hope I can see everybody here and tell a few friends to join us for the book launch on August 9th. Thank you so much for coming to the book readings during this summer. I know you could be somewhere else and enjoying the sunshine, so I'm quite happy that you were able to join me for the book reading today. Anybody has any questions or comments? Put them in the chat box. Any questions or comments? before we finish today. I was moving to another continent in 6 weeks. Yes, it was a leap of faith and quite a feat. Any other questions or comments? Put them in the chat box. Thank you so much for joining me today, everybody. And the recording from this session will be on my Facebook page, Jennylynd James Writer Facebook page. So for those who have missed the readings, you can also tell a friend, check out Jennylynd James Writer, my Facebook page, and you can see the recordings there or on YouTube. So thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for coming out this afternoon. Sincerely appreciate it. See you on August 9th. Bye. Right. Well, that was a nice warm-up. Hope everybody had some fun. So thank you very much for showing up tonight to my reading of Dérivé. And what I'd like to do is dedicate this reading to my aunt who recently passed away, Auntie Audrey. She was a fun-loving person. We miss her very much. And we have to play one of her favorite songs. When this one came out, we always used to say it was made for her. So, Sugar Bum Bum by Lord Kitchener. Let's play Sugar Bum Bum just for Audrey, and you have to take a little dance for Auntie Audrey and take a sip of something for Auntie Audrey. Juice, rum, whatever you have. Okay? Everybody, let's take a little trip for Auntie Audrey. This was her song. We know Auntie Audrey is dancing up there in heaven somewhere. And this book, Dérivé, it's all about her life. She would come home to Trinidad for Carnival. She was always coming back home. So, lots of the stories are just about Audrey. Come on, do a little dance wherever you are. In your chair or stand up and move around.
You make me fall, you make me feel
Like 10 feet tall. Sugar bum, sugar bum bum. Sugar bum, sugar bum bum. Sugar bum, sugar bum bum. Alright, remember we said book reading, soca and rum punch. So make sure you enjoy the soca. You have a little something to drink. It could be rum punch, juice, whatever you like. And you enjoy the music too. Alright, so we're going to start the book reading. What I'll do Thank you everybody for coming out this evening. What I'll do first is tell you a little bit about my publications and then we'll start on the reading. So I'll go through some of my publications. The first one, Escape from Ireland, this was the first book that I've written about my travels. I'd lived in Ireland for 7 years and I moved to Toronto 2011. Couldn't get Ireland out of my head, so I had to write a book about all the adventures there. Before moving to Ireland, I'd lived in California. And this book, Red Car, Long Legs, talks about all the adventures of living in California and working in the fresh produce industry and traveling to Central America and South America constantly to audit farms and pack houses. So lots of adventures in Red Car, Long Legs. Another publication, Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire, that talks about moving to Toronto. I came here in 2011 from Ireland, and it was culture shock. So this book talks about surviving in a completely new country, no friends to start with, it was just starting from scratch. Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire. Hi Magda, good to see you. And another publication, this talks about my mother's journey with Alzheimer's disease. Where are my car keys? She always used to love to drive her car, and then as she became forgetful, she would lose her car keys, but she loved driving. So writing this book helped me to deal with the loss of my mother. So it was cathartic. It was a form of healing to write this book. And I did the illustrated children's book, Is That My Granny?, to help children understand the signs and symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. And last Friday, I was so fortunate to have a wonderful little reader from Trinidad and Tobago who read my book on Instagram Live. She was very good, and I have the video on my Jennylynd James Writer Facebook page. So you go and look at this little girl, only 4 years old, and she was able to read the whole book, a child prodigy. She was brilliant. So please take a look at that video when you have some time. Also, I had another announcement to make. Some of you might know I'm an artist as well as a writer. So if you look at the back, you'll see one of my pieces of art there. And last night on the Trinidad and Tobago TV station, TTT, Trinidad and Tobago Television, 2 of my art pieces were featured as they went through the Art Society of Trinidad and Tobago Art Gallery. My paintings were the first 2 that were visible in that video. So I've also put that on my Art by Jennylynd James Facebook page, so you can take a look at that video when you have time. So that was really exciting. So tonight I am going to read from Dérivé, and this is a collection of stories talking about different occasions when I went back to Trinidad. So as a collection of stories, it's happy times, sad times, going back home. I'll just read the preface. As a Trinidadian expat, I have found myself living and working in cities around the world. The most heartwarming experience in every country was to encounter another Trinidadian expat on a similar adventure of assimilating into a foreign culture. Every time I return home, I find a country quite different from the one I left behind. Friends have moved away, and those who've never relocated are busy with their lives. It is not easy being a Trini expat who has an idealized and sometimes unrealistic vision of Trinidad, one big carnival party, while ordinary people carry on with their daily lives. That's what my brother used to say, every day is not carnival, right, Brent? But when you go back home for a few days, you think, oh, everybody should stop because you come for carnival. But no, that's not reality. Having strong ties with immediate family is one main reason to return home. When elderly parents become ill or incapacitated, the guilt of leaving them behind creates a stronger urge to return. Dérivé is a collection of stories describing some of my adventures as I travel from country to country, including return visits to Trinidad and Tobago, my country of birth. The memoir details a roller coaster of emotions during a visit to Africa, my ancestral home, as well as hurdles in entering and leaving North America after a trip to Trinidad. The book provides some nostalgia for Trinidadian expats living in foreign lands and opens a whole new world to readers who've never traveled to this multicultural country. Residents of Trinidad and Tobago would find the expats' nostalgia and attachment to the good old days amusing. But this is all we have to keep us grounded. expressions and sayings of Trinidad and Tobago are highlighted in italics throughout the book. And at the end of the book, I have a glossary. So a little dictionary explaining, badge on and bake and oil and all the nice words, bazodi, behind God back, broke a foot, bunya twice, callaloo bush, baji, and all those good things I have at the back of the book to explain to readers who don't know anything about the Trinidad parlance. They can see the English version of it at the back. All right, how is everybody doing tonight? Are you good? Let's see in the comment section. Tell me what's happening. Who has a drink in their hand? Let me see in the comment section. Okay, Magda's having wine. Colette, what are you having? Let's see. All I'm seeing is Magda with wine. KWI Bonafide, what are you having? Let's see some comments there in the comment section. What is everybody having? I'm going to put on a little more soca. Let's see what we have here. Who likes Alison Hines? Oh, Colette has rum and coke. Okay. Roll it, gal. Oh, Angostura, 1824 straight. You go, girl. Roll it, gal. Roll it, gal. Oh, Brent has scotch and soda. All right. All right. Shake the arm, shake the shoulder. Roll it, gal. Roll it, gal. Control it, gal. Roll it, gal. Roll. I had to take off the glasses for this. Control it, gal. Roll it, gal. When them start to talk and chat, gal, let them run them out. You believe in Father God, gal. He will run them out. Strength and wisdom you must have, gal. Try to seek them out. Liberate yourself and live, gal. All right. Okay. Thank you. So that was Alison Hines from Barbados. Now I'm going to read a little passage from one occasion when we went back home for Christmas. And it was to celebrate my mom's 75th birthday, and I had also taken the Irish boyfriend to visit. So we had quite a few jokes around that time. So I'll just read a small passage. Colette and I whipped up the Christmas menu and thought back fondly on the old Christmas days. The anticipation of Christmas in the old days was infectious. Weeks of cleaning and tumbling up the house, last-minute painting, polishing floors, and shining furniture were part of the Christmas frenzy. Don't walk on the floors, are just polished. Stay out of the living room. We can't put up a Christmas tree in a dirty house. The area is for when company comes. Many beautiful things were designated to the mysterious company that was supposed to come over. This was no fun for a small child. The cleaning frenzy was followed by a cooking frenzy, and this is all that happened, when we were little. I was not sure when gift buying fit in. Living in North America and other places, the focus seemed to be more on shopping and buying gifts. But it wasn't like that back home. Boiling of salty preserved European ham was a very important activity back in the day. The ham came tarred and dried from somewhere far away. Apples and grapes were considered exotic fruits, and we only got them once a year from Ibrahim's wholesalers in Port of Spain. Anybody remembers Ibrahim's? Hi, Sherry-Ann. Hi, Cheryl. Anybody remembers Ibrahim's? They were the only ones when we were little selling apples and grapes, and you had to go in Port of Spain to get apples and grapes. They were exotic. Black fruit cake was baked a week in advance, and my mother prepared fresh bread and sweet bread on Christmas Eve. A fresh pork leg and the ham leg were dressed with cloves and pineapple slices, and they went into the oven on Christmas Eve night. The Christmas turkey also went into the oven after returning from midnight mass, so it could bake for hours while we slept. So the year we returned, we wondered if we would go to midnight mass at St. Michael's and All Angels Anglican Church on the Boulevard. Our childhood tradition on Christmas Eve was to go to midnight mass, when we would invariably nod through the lengthy service. Then we'd visit our friends, the O'Neills, on Sophia Drive to get a taste of their pastels, ham, and black fruit cake. It was as if nobody slept on Christmas Eve in anticipation of the big day to follow. As children, we kept one eye open, hoping to get a glimpse of Santa Claus, who would mysteriously leave gifts on our bed. Our father, Kenneth, who usually partied with his buddies, singing from house to house, would bring friends over to our house in the wee hours of the morning, like around 2 a.m. They would all be inebriated by that time and pretend to sing parang songs. We would bring out food and drinks for the group, as was our tradition, and hope that they would move on to another house swiftly so we could get some sleep. I remembered my mother warning Daddy to come home after the next house and don't go any further with the boys. He was drunk enough, and she wanted him home and in good shape for the big Christmas breakfast and the even bigger Christmas lunch later in the day. Yes, Colette, I just mentioned the parang side. They're singing parang, Mariado Rabba, Mario Doro. Yes, we didn't know what they were singing because they didn't know what they were singing either. But alas, as adults returning from foreign countries, we had no such feelings of anticipation and excitement for Christmas. We were not waiting for Santa Claus, and a fairly clean house was good enough. Christmas Eve, we opted out of the midnight mass and relaxed, just trying to recover from jet lag. Christmas morning, however, we were awoken by the radio playing loud celebration music that year. Neighbor, get up, it's Christmas morning. Neighbor, it's punch a creme we drinking. Something soit, something soit, something soit to pass through we moit. Mommy was awake and the radio was making a racket. We had no choice but to wake up. She always woke early and turned on the radio. It was time to exchange gifts before our sumptuous breakfast. Kadir, being the youngest, received more toys than he could ever imagine, and he was as happy as could be. Tiffany also received toys and clothes. She was in between childhood and teenage years in 2007, which was a strange time for gift giving. Christmas Day was quiet. Since childhood, it almost seemed to be an anticlimax to the weeks and weeks of preparation. If only we could get the feeling and anticipation to last throughout the day. We were already calling friends and planning ahead to parties for the season. In the evening, we went over to the Hackshaws on the boulevard to taste their Christmas ham and cake. Then we went to the Pears house for some Christmas cheer. Christmas Day was open house for many families in the neighborhood in Diamond Vale. The Adams family on Manning Street in Martin usually had a family gathering on Boxing Day, complete with parang music, food and drinks. This was their family tradition for decades. And whenever we happened to be in Trinidad on holidays, we jumped into their family reunion as if we had never left. The good thing about these gatherings was that they were for all ages. So my mother Gloria got dressed up for the occasion. Colette, Tiffany, Kadir, and I, we were all ready. And we went to the Adams house. We danced, sang, ate, and drank. And when the parent group came, we danced again. It was the same group that would visit our house every year when we threw a party for my mother's birthday on December 29th. Los Paranderos en Coches, they used to call themselves. So that's a little bit about a Christmas celebration. One year when we went, 2007. Now, that time too, I had been living in Ireland and traveled to Trinidad for Christmas. And I invited the Irish boyfriend who came the day after Boxing Day. Feeling overstuffed from Christmas menu and leftovers, we were looking forward to feasting on the Asian-style menu for my mother's upcoming birthday party. It was her 75th birthday. We had 2 days to relax the stomachs before the next feast. After eating so much food, I thought I needed a purge. Anybody remembers purge? Put in the comment box how many people had a purge after Christmas feasting. Let me see. Who doesn't know what a purge is? Let's see the comments there in the box. I'm waiting for a few comments. Does anybody still get a purge after overeating? Anybody? Well, I'm not seeing any comments yet. All right, I will carry on. When my friend Sean managed to get a flight to Scarborough, Tobago from London, he then had to fly to Port of Spain on a one-way ticket. The plan was for us to return to Tobago after the New Year's to visit the sites before he returned to Ireland. I imagine he'd be completely exhausted from over 10 hours of commuting when he finally arrived to Trinidad. I thought he would go straight to bed. My mother's house had no air conditioning at that time, and mosquitoes love fresh blood, so he was in for a treat, a baptism of fire, as we say. When Colette and I met him at the airport, Sean was bouncing off the walls and full of energy. "I want to go to the beach," he said, as soon as he entered the car. "And happy Christmas to you too," I thought. "It's too late, Sean. Nobody's in the water at this time. It's 8 o'clock. In any case, the best beaches are on the north coast and too far from here." "No way, no way. I've come all this way from Ireland and I have to get a bath in the sea. It's too hot. I need to swim." Sean was an avid swimmer. He lived near the coast and he would swim every single day if he had the opportunity. There was no stopping him. So we decided to take him to Deans Bay in Carenage for a quick dip. This was against our better judgment, since we believed that people in our circles would never go to Deans Bay, and certainly not at night. It could have been dangerous. All the locals we had spoken to warned us repeatedly about staying away from lonely places at night because it was so dangerous. We drove along the narrow road leading down to Carenage, passing through Point Cumana. Sean observed all the little shops with the loud music emanating from bars with delight. "Oh, we should stop there. Oh, let's stop over there. Let's go there." I said, "We don't go to rum shops. Are you crazy?" He said, "Well, I want to go to a rum shop." It was the dream of every tourist to boldly go where we had not gone before. As we turned the bend approaching Deans Bay, we looked at the dark and deserted area. There was not much of a beach, just a narrow strip of sand with small rocks and pebbles. A handful of brave souls were in the water and 3 cars were parked nearby. A few people were relaxing and drinking near their cars. You see, people are liming near the water, Sean, but they're not in the water, said Colette. Liming? What's liming? He asked. That's when you sit and chat with friends. Sometimes people lime and hang out, eating food and having a few drinks. Well, I'm going in the water, he said. It's way too hot. I'm going. Sean was experienced in stripping off all his clothes back in Ireland when he was at his local beach. I had to convince him to go and find a changing room before he started undressing in front of the people in front of Dean's Bay. Luckily, there was an old wooden building with changing rooms right next to a tiny police station at Dean's Bay, and they were still open. He ran in and swiftly returned wearing his new tropical swimming trunks. He had prepared well for his Caribbean vacation. Woohoo! That water's nice. It's fabulous. So as he had a swim and emerged from the dark shore, Colette and I were looking around nervously from left to right for possible bandits who might try to rob us of our little old car and the small change in our handbags. On the way to Gloria's home, we passed near Don's roti shop and a bar on St. Lucian Road, and we decided to get roti. So I popped in to place the order and Colette stayed in the car. Sean, of course, wanted to come and see what the shop looked like. The building was a simple concrete structure. Trinidadians usually stared long and hard at each other. It was normal to examine a person from head to toe and back up before removing the gaze. I tried to sink into the ground as Sean and I walked in because everybody stared at us. It was not possible to hide in such a small shop. I placed an order for our rotis and we planned to take them home to eat. But he said, oh, no, we're eating right here. No, Sean, this is a rum shop. People in our circles would never sit in a rum shop to drink. We go to fancy pubs, I said. Oh, you're so snobbish. I see nothing wrong with the place. I want a beer. So he ordered his drink, and just as he got the drink, we saw a man keel over on the floor with a Heineken in his hand. Sean said, yes, I feel like I'm in Ireland. So, just a few jokes of bringing a foreigner back to Trinidad with us. It was so much fun to see how foreign friends reacted to Trinidadian customs and places and all that. Always fun. But they always wanted to go to the most dangerous places where regular Trinis didn't go. How many of you experienced that? Just put it in the chat box. Let's see. Have you brought home some foreign friends who wanted to go to rum shops and places like that? Put it in the chat box. Let's see.
Here comes the money. Baby got back. You better start backing it up right now.
Yes, we don't go to rum shops. No, we don't. We go to nice pubs. How many remember this song? Bubble Nut. Okay, get your glass out. We're taking a little music break. Marshall Montano, Bubble Nut. Hi, Andrea. Good to see you. Come on, everybody. Let's take a little dance. It's Friday night. Get your glass in the air.
When she walks, she drinks and talking. All the man in tongue and stalking. Watching now, she bubble not jumping. Rolling like a big old dumpling.
Hey, darling, good to see you. All right, everybody, take a little dance. Roll that bubble up. Yes, Andrea, you're right. You know, visitors are usually fearless because they don't know where danger lurks. Find out. Find out. Find out. How many remember this song? All right, take a dance. Boy, boy. Roll that bubble nut. Shake that bubble nut. Roll that bubble nut. Are we having fun? Come on, everybody. Hands in the air. Hands in the air. Everybody. Shake out those shoulders. Come on. Hear the words? Tattoo on the left cheek versatile. Roll that bubble nut. Shake that bubble nut. Break that bubble nut. We playing mass. We playing mass. Now I'm going to read about going back to Trinidad for Carnival. That was one of my favorite times to go back home. I love my Carnival, and no matter where I lived, I would always find a way to go home for Carnival. So I'm going to read a few excerpts from Dérivé about coming home for Carnival, and this was 2006. One of the popular songs that year was Turn It Up, Turn It Up. Band of the Year. I'll play that after I read this passage. I could feel Carnival in my bones as my daughter Tiffany and I boarded the plane in Heathrow, London, en route to Port of Spain, Trinidad. We had been living in Ireland for many years, and our annual ritual was to return to Trinidad for Carnival. It was the happiest time of the year for me and thousands of other Trinidadian expats scattered across the globe. The Trinidad and Tobago Carnival is often said to be the greatest show on earth. French settlers came to Trinidad following the settler population in 1783, and they introduced Carnival. That's what it said. Travel is education, and Carnival is a cultural experience. That was my justification for Tiffany missing school. Nobody could teach you that kind of culture in the classroom. You'll easily catch up with work, I reassured her. My goal was to always get a costume and participate in the parade, because I couldn't come home so far and just watch mass. That's what I used to say. It's best if I didn't come. If I wasn't playing mass, I wasn't watching. And that year, in 2006, Tiffany also had a chance to play mass in the Children's Carnival. So she played mass with the Trinity Junior School Children's Band. We had a friend, Donna, from California visiting that year. And then our friend Mary from Canada was also visiting. Now, she was from West Africa, so it was her first time to the Caribbean, a first time for Trinidad Carnival. So we had quite a few foreign friends visiting that year. Also, that year, Colette was visiting and didn't know that we were coming in from Ireland. So Mary and I drove to the airport to collect Colette in my mother's car. Since Colette didn't know I would be there, it was a wonderful surprise we had planned. As Colette emerged from the customs area, I sent Mary forward to meet her while I hid behind a pillar. Colette was surprised to see Mary only and asked if she had come to the airport with our mother, because at that time my mother was still driving. Mary smiled sweetly and led her to the area where I was standing behind the pillar. "Ooh! Welcome home!" I screamed as she came close to where I was hiding. "Happy Carnival!" we shouted and screamed. "You said you weren't going to be here," she told me. We both screamed and onlookers laughed with delight. Trinidadians never missed a moment to Mako. What's Mako? For all the Trinis out there, what is Mako? People watch you having a nice conversation with friends, and they would be in the mix as well. Everyone enjoyed other people's lives and antics. During the drive to Digomatson, we planned our exciting week of activities. We didn't want to miss anything. It cost thousands to be there, and every minute had to count. Our ambitious carnival week consisted of the following: visits to several panyards on the Wednesday night, and dancing all day at Celibia Estate All-Inclusive Carnival Fete on Thursday. Carnival Friday would see us downtown Port of Spain to witness the long-time Carnival Parade, Soca at the Central Bank Courtyard, and Soca Monarch competition in the National Stadium at night. Carnival Saturday, we plan to go to the All-Day Children's Carnival Parade, and at night to the North Stand for Panorama Finals. That was the steel pan music competition, listening to the sweet strains of pan. In the wee hours of Carnival Sunday, 4 a.m. to be precise, we planned to attend Sunnyside a breakfast party on Palm Avenue in Pity Valley. Then on Carnival Sunday afternoon, we would host family and friends for a carnival lime, with food and drinks at my mother's house. Later, we would check out the Dimanche Gras show on TV and take a rest for the 4 a.m. departure on Carnival Monday for Juve celebrations in Woodbrook and St. James. After Juve, we plan to wash away the mud and paint in Macquarie Beach, taking a short rest, and then heading into Port of Spain for the Monday Carnival Parade of Bands. Tuesday, we would wake up just before daybreak to prepare for a full day of dancing in the streets in pretty mask costumes for the Carnival Parade of Bands. On Ash Wednesday, Tiffany and I were to fly out bright and early back to Ireland. This was when the mass exodus of expats began from Carnival City. The schedule was daunting to say the least, but we were up for the challenge. As expats, we felt obliged to extract every ounce of Trinidadian food and fun before returning to our respective homes. Now, did you all hear the carnival schedule? What do you think about that? How many people have experienced going to events day and night, night and day like that? Wasn't that something? And we managed to achieve it too. Let me hear some of you put in the comment box what you did when you came to Trinidad for Carnival. Let me hear what you did. We're going to play Band of the Year, which was popular in 2006. So when I got this, oh no, this costume is from another year, probably 2010. Son of the year. All right, everybody, come on, take a little trip. We're talking about Carnival. Everybody, come on, hands in the air. Jump up to the festival, everybody. Come on. Hands in the air, everybody. Up in the air, hands in the air. Bang in the air, bang in the air. Yes, Colette, I'm going to read that now. Hands in the air, everybody, hands in the air. Hands in the air. All right, shake out those shoulders. Come on, shake the shoulders out. Banadier, banadier. All right. Okay. So, wasn't that fun? Band of the year. Now, Magnus said, oh, he didn't return to Trinidad for Carnival. Okay. We always used to go to run away from winter too, you know, middle of February. It was good to get away. Now I'm going to, I might take off my headpiece so that it doesn't fall off. But I kept all my costumes from Carnival in a lovely box. I'm going to read about our Carnival Thursday adventure. We plan to attend Michael Headley's all-inclusive Carnival Fete at his estate, Playa del Este in Salibia. In 2006, the idea of a party which included all the food you could eat and everything you could possibly drink was a novelty for us. We thought the ticket price of $600 TT was hefty at that time. Why should we spend so much for one event? I can't understand it, we said. Well, this is the new wave of parties and anybody will be there. The whole New York crew was going. Joan and her friends had hired a maxi taxi to take all of them up and bring them back home. Well, I guess if they could drink as much as they wanted, they would do well at an all-inclusive fete. I was not a big drinker, but I'm a big eater, so I couldn't wait to see what food they had. Colette was able to buy tickets through a friend of a friend of a friend. However, we were missing just one ticket, which we were supposed to get from another friend of a friend of a friend outside the fete. I wasn't sure you'd be in Trinidad, so I didn't order a ticket for you, she told me, which was true. I did surprise her. Getting tickets to special parties in Trinidad was as much a science as anything taught in schools. In order to keep an event exclusive, one had to create the perception that tickets were difficult to get. This was said to keep out the Mab and Rab, who could not behave appropriately. The scarcity also created a feeling of great importance in those who eventually nabbed tickets. I was curious to see who the special people would be at this fete. It started on a Thursday morning, so the average working person would not necessarily be available to party during the daytime. This meant the party was going to be filled with Trini expats like us, escaping winter to prance in the sun for a few days. My mother generously lent us her car for the day. I think it was because my friend Mary was visiting from Canada. She was feeling extra generous. Be careful with my car. Look out for the bandits. Lock it up properly, she warned as we left home. My mother had this car since the 1990s. One could tell by the license plate that it was an old car. However, it wasn't raggadang, and it still ran with the odd occasion for serious repairs. We put on our trendy clothes and headed out to the special party. The organizer had a grand hotel with a swimming pool and large grounds. That's why we were going out there, said Colette. We drove and drove on Churchill Roosevelt Highway. Then we came to the end of the highway, and then it turned into a large main road. Then we went past housing estates, and then bypassing Arima, a sign said Totoko. That was the direction we were heading, northeast. We drove along Eastern Main Road for a long time, then along Valencia Road, which joined Toko Road. This part of Trinidad had agricultural estates, cocoa trees and forests could be seen along the way. And we continued and drove even further on rural roads, and I wondered if we would ever get to that party. My Californian friend Donna was at the event. She promised to be there with her relatives from Barataria, so we were looking forward to a good line. When we got to the event, we were looking for that friend of a friend to give us that extra ticket. Maybe he's at the gate. Let's go to the gate and ask. We met him finally and got the ticket. Approaching the main entrance, we were greeted by beautiful girls in skimpy shorts and tops, serving samples of all sorts of cocktails. Right this way, please, they said. Only trying to drunken us before we even get to the party, we joked. A makeup refresher booth was off to one side for the ladies, and we were given sun hats made of coconut leaves to shade us from the sun. The pathway circled around and we entered a large yard where food and drink tents were erected. Let's scope out all the food, I said. Great idea. So we had to pace ourselves because each tent had different food. There was a wild meat tent, Chinese food, Creole food, Indian food. What more could we eat? We saw bacon, shark, seafood, oysters, souse, grilled meat on skewers, and more. For beer drinkers or cocktail drinkers, the choices were endless. The alcoholic drinks were being served at various booths, including cocktails, and mostly expats were in attendance. The New York crew wore their linen of all colors, white trousers, light-colored Panama hats, and loud jewelry were synonymous with New Yorkers in their 60s and 70s. Now, we would know these people just seeing them from a distance, okay, with linen. The linen crew, we used to call them. There was also the London crew, the Canada crew, and those like me living in other countries, far, far away, all in Trinidad escaping the cold just for a few days, and we all had stories to tell. I started with some seafood, then moved to curry, and the DJ music pounded from the speakers on one side of the grounds. We wandered up and down the hill and then came to a swimming pool. Tables and chairs were scattered around the deck, and a rhythm section entertained with the most infectious dance beats. The scraper, the shack-shack, the iron, drums, and scrubbing board, tok-tok, and other percussion instruments kept a small group chipping around the pool. Chip, 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 chip. So sometimes we didn't even need music, just the percussion was enough for Trinis to enjoy themselves. Oh, hi, Suzanne. Good you could join us. So happy to see you. Right, so this party went on and on. Eat, drink, dance, eat, drink, dance some more. And that's how it went for hours and hours. So I'll tell you at the end what happened. We limped with our tired feet to our car, which mercifully was not too far from the main entrance. I turned the ignition and got directed out of the car park by security guards who stopped oncoming traffic. As we drove through a lonely stretch on Valencia Road, the forest seemed to enclose on us from all sides. Then suddenly the car engine coughed. It coughed again, and this time the wheels of the car slowed down until the car came to a complete stop. We all gasped. I tried turning the key in the ignition, but to no avail. The car would not start. What were we going to do? We were in the middle of nowhere. That car was supposed to be working. Was the long drive out to Serbia too much for Gloria's little old car? Luckily, we had stopped at the side of the roadway. I snapped the knob to open the car bonnet, and we all came out to investigate. We looked at the engine in the semi-darkness and tried to make sense of what we were seeing. Eventually, a car full of drunken merrymakers passed and tooted their horn. "All all right?" they yelled. Yes, sure, no problem," I said, a bit worried about accepting help from strangers. We had heard many nightmarish stories of people being dragged off into the bushes and killed. So those people drove on. However, it became apparent that we did not know how to fix a car. We thus decided to accept help from any almost sober party people who stopped to help us. Eventually, 2 men passed and they parked in front of our car. "All you all right?" one of them asked. "No, boy, we have no idea what went wrong with this car," we all said in unison. Poor Mary, who was visiting from Canada and being lost in the bush on Valencia Road, must have been frightened out of her mind. "It might be the battery. I think I have jumper cables. Let me see," said one man. One of the men went to look for the jumper cables, and the other one tinkered with the engine and the battery poles. When traffic was clear, they turned their car around to face us and attempted to jump start the car. As I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. The engine had died. "Well," said one man, "it's getting real dark, and just now we wouldn't be able to see anything. I could tow you to a mechanic in Valencia," he said. We agreed, and he hooked up some belts to tow us. I was given instructions to keep the car in neutral, no brakes or hand gear up, and the wheel just spun as we were towed to Valencia. That was the way we traveled out of the bush to the small town of Valencia on Eastern Main Road. We spotted a sign that said mechanic. We thanked the men sincerely, and they went on their way. Finding the mechanic, however, was not a straightforward process. Even though there was a light at the house in the backyard, he must have wandered off visiting a shop in the neighborhood. We had to call at several neighbors until somebody informed us where he was liming or hanging out. By the time we found him, it was pitch black that night. Mr. Mechanic had a small light he stretched out to the front yard. However, he said he couldn't see anything, so we'd have to wait until daylight to figure out what was wrong with the car. "Leave it here and call me in the morning," he said. We wrote his telephone number down and left the car keys with him to return the next day. Do you know how we got back to Diamond Vale de Martin from Valencia? Anybody could guess. We were in the middle of nowhere. And my poor friend from Canada was at her wit's end with fear. We had to take a taxi from Valencia to Arima, and then a maxi taxi from Arima to Port of Spain. And then from Port of Spain, take another maxi taxi to Diego Martin. 3 taxis. Okay, 3. So by the time we got home, it was after 10, and we didn't have Gloria's car. So you can imagine what happened. You can imagine what happened with the lady not seeing her car and us coming home so late. So that was quite an adventure. If you want to know more, you have to get your copy of Dérivé to find out about the adventures and what happened with the car stories. So let's play a little sound here now. Let's see, what do we have? Let's try a little Bunjigalin again. Differentology. Let's go with bungee again. Let's see.
Get up. The girl never wind non stop. We are the drinks them in a my cup. We gonna party all night, all night. 24 parties we hit in a
All right, come on everybody. Take a sip.
Before we ever turn the road.
Take a little sip. Carnival sip.
Everybody know, put your hands up so. If you're ready for the road, let your friend them know.
We're ready for the road.
We're ready for the road. So we're ready.
We're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready. 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 Yeah, we're ready.
Come on.
We're ready.
Hands in the air, everybody.
The girl them a wait all week. Figure up on the road like free. The music full of applause with thousands of chipping feet. Everywhere you look is just food, and everybody in a real nice mood. We gonna party all night, all night. Everyone with painted body, clean credit and tainted money. Nobody want to dance by themselves. Everybody wanna dance on somebody. Well, let me see your hands up, so.
Hands up, everybody.
If you're ready for the road, let your friend them know.
We're ready for the road. Who's ready for the road? Come on.
We're ready for the road.
All right, who's ready for the road? Come on.
So we're ready.
We're ready. We're ready. We're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
We're ready. We're ready. We're ready.
We're ready.
We're ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready.
Okay. Now, what's that? I suspect that that glass has apple juice. You suspect very wrong. Well, I'm not much of a drinker, but I did pour a little rum punch here at the end of my Angostura rum punch, which I will sip very slowly because I can't drink at all. Now, since we're in the carnival spirit, I'm going to read what happened to us when we went to the Soca Monarch, because if we'd like to go to Soca Monarch, it used to be in the stadium back in those days. And because my mother's car was being repaired, we had to get a rental car. So, and that rental car was through a friend's friend, so it wasn't a rental car company. It was just a car, okay? You know, a car that somebody is renting for carnival. For all the visitors that come in, there's always somebody who knows somebody who's renting a car. So I'll tell you about some of the adventures. We boarded the rental car and headed for the stadium. When we got to the area, there was traffic everywhere. In addition, every nook and cranny of free parking was already taken. We should have really left home sooner and had no idea where to park. I noticed an empty spot on the curb at the corner near the stadium and suggested to Colette and Donna that we mount the curb and park the car right there. No thief would ever think of removing our car from there, I challenged. It's under a big bright light. We have nothing to worry about. We parked and we hustled happily to the gates to check it. There were several security checkpoints, looking in bags and pockets for weapons. What are they expecting? War? I asked. I guess it was better to be safe than sorry, with thousands of people in attendance. We spied parking on the stadium grounds, however. when I asked a security guard who parked in the stadium, he said it was reserved for patrons who had VVIP tickets. So, you've heard of VIP. In Trinidad, there's VVIP, VVIP for the very, very, very important people, because Trinidadians like to go a step above, okay? So the parking in the stadium grounds was for those who had VVIP tickets. Trinidadians were obsessed with class and social climbing. Everyone wanted to feel superior. What did VVIP mean? In all my life, I had only heard of a VIP section. VVIP meant very, very important people. I wondered how much the VVIPs paid for their tickets and what sort of food and drinks they would be given. In the end, the performers were on the big stage far from everyone, unless you were prepared to go down in the middle of the field to be close to the stage. I imagine VVIPs would not dare mix with the masses on the field. We entered the stadium with our general tickets and found that we did not have to stand all night. We were free to retreat to the general stands and sit and rest sometimes for the price of 200 Trinidad dollars that year. So that was in 2006. We were entitled to soft drinks and beers, but the lines were very long and disorganized. However, Mary managed to push her way through some crowds to get bottles of water and soft drinks. She was good at this, and even spotted people giving away party favors and large flags and cups. We pranced on the field for a while, and when we got tired, we went back and we sat in the stands. The competition went on for the remaining groovy soca performers. By the time the power soca competition came up, the field was crowded and the masses were dancing wild and wassy. I examined some of the women's outfits, which were so revealing they resembled exotic nightwear, or maybe I was getting too old to be hip. We decided to just dance on the sidelines to avoid being crushed. The party went on, and we were wary but determined to wait for some of the big-name performers who were scheduled to sing near the end of the program. By 3 a.m., however, it was too much, and we dragged our weary bodies slowly out of the stadium. A few people had started walking out too, but thousands were still jumping to the sky on the field as the loud sound of soca reigned. Flags waved from side to side. People waved rags and scarves, and confetti filled the air during some performances. Fireworks lit up the sky as some of the big names in the music world whipped the crowd into a frenzy. It was hard to leave while the party was still swinging. As we approached the corner where we had parked, there was nothing on the curb. "Are you sure this is where we parked?" I asked Colette. "Well, I think so," she said. "Let's go to the other corner just in case." We walked to the other corner and it was dark. So it was definitely not where we had parked. Where the hell did the people rent our car? You see, you make me park in a bad space. Somebody stole Idris's car. We were numb for almost 5 minutes trying to figure out what to do next. By then, most of the patrons were leaving the fete as things were winding down. Hundreds of people passed us on their way home. We didn't know if to look for a taxi to go home, but then we would never get one, not with that big crowd. A policeman was passing and we told him we had parked on the curb and we couldn't find our car. He said the wrecker take that car for sure. And with that, he was gone. Well, if the wrecker had taken the car, at least it was better than if it was stolen. All we had to do was find the correct police yard where the car was stored, pay the fees, and get the car back. The problem was that we had no way to get around. We decided to beg a man who was passing to use his cell phone to call our father. Imagine grown women calling their elderly sick father to rescue them from trouble in the wee hours of the morning. "Daddy, the wrecker take the rental car. Can you come to meet us, please?" We have to find out where they took the car. Poor Daddy had been suffering from cancer, but he loved his daughters dearly. So sick or not, he was coming out to help us. We arranged to wait on Ryson Road away from the big crowds, and Pops and his partner left home, and by 4:30 a.m. they were there to pick us up. He suggested we check the Woodbrook police station on Baden-Powell Street to see if the vehicle was towed there. When we drove over to Baden-Powell Street, the place was locked tightly. A security guard nearby suggested that all the cars were towed from their yard up to St. James Barracks, so we were better off going up there. So we drove up to the St. James Barracks, went to the wooden booth where a policeman sat at a desk with a large ledger and other papers. Officer, we think our vehicle was towed here tonight. We parked near the stadium. Oh, really? He said. What kind of car was it? Well, it was a white car, I said. Well, actually, no, it was kind of cream, said Colette. What was the make and model? Asked the policeman. I had never taken time to even see what kind of car we were driving. All we knew is that we had a rental car and we went to the party. Was it a Mazda or a Nissan? It could have been anything. All I knew was that it was a small kind of whitish car. That's all I remembered. It had 4 doors. Colette, did you get the details from the car rental company? I asked her. She looked at me with an annoyed face. What was I asking? It was not a real car rental company. It was just a friend of a friend, just a man renting a car out. He was renting out random cars for money. So can you imagine? It was sad, but it was funny. We didn't even know what we were driving, and we had no documents. The officer looked at his ledger. Then he said he remembered a small whitish car coming in the yard from Woodbrook about 2 hours before. But it had been towed to the Beetham police station. So can you imagine? It went from Baden-Powell Street up to St. James, and then from St. James, the car was towed to the Beetham police station. When he described the make and the license plate, we were convinced it was our car. Yes, that's the one, we said in chorus. And the officer chuckled at the crazy women who had a car but knew nothing about it. Let's go to Beetham. We all piled into Daddy's car again, and we were off to the Beetham police station, which was near to the Central Market. That area of the city had a bad reputation for crime. It was not a place we wanted to be in the wee hours of the morning. However, we had to get back the people's rental car, and we needed a car to accomplish our ambitious carnival party schedule yet to come. When we got to the Beetham police station, I was completely weak and tired and could barely stay awake. We found a parking spot in the police yard and filed out to make our inquiry about a missing car. The officer on duty asked for details of the car. Luckily, we had learned all the details from the policeman in St. James Barracks. We were actually able to sound intelligent in our description of the missing car. No problem, said the officer. Please show me your driver's license and pay the fine, and I will release the car. It sounded simple enough, except none of us had a driver's license to show. We didn't take anything with us because we didn't want to lose it at the stadium during Sukamodak. We may have had driver's permits from the US or Ireland, but we never walked with valuables when going to a big party for fear of losing everything in the madness. As we sat bedraggled with makeup and sweat running from our painted faces from dancing too vigorously the night before we left, what else could go wrong? We looked like some old prostitutes sitting on the wooden bench in the most notorious police station in the city as we watched the early morning sun rise in the distance. I went out to my father, who was sitting in his car, and I said, Daddy, would you mind showing your driver's license? We have nothing to show to get back the rental car. He let out a loud shoops. All your good, yes? he came in to the rescue again, including paying the fine to release the car because we had very little money left after the night's festivities. I promised to pay him back right away. It was a night to remember. So what do you all think of that? Stressing our poor sick father, making him come out in the wee hours of the morning to rescue us. We didn't have driver's license, didn't have any cash left. We didn't even know what kind of car we were driving. Wasn't that something? What a crazy night it was. And when we left there, you know, the sun was rising. But that's right, we had lots of stories to tell, you see. So coming over to Trinidad, it's always an adventure, right? Let's play another one. Let's see what we have here. Tell me what you all think of that story. Anybody? Let's play a funny one here. Let's hear what people think of that story. Having to call Daddy. Thank you so much for joining me for this afternoon session of Dérivé, or Dérivé as Trinidadians say. Dérivé, a Trini expat comes home. And today is Caribbean Literature Day, so it's good to be hosting a book reading on Caribbean Literature Day. It's the first time that Caribbean Literature Day is being celebrated. And one group has asked people to do book readings and other celebrations by Caribbean authors. So that's why I decided to host the book reading today, July 12th, instead of Saturday or Friday night as we had been doing in the past. For those who are new, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to some of my memoirs. The first memoir I wrote is called Escape from Ireland. I had lived in Ireland for 7 years as a new immigrant. So this book talks about what life was like in Ireland and all the adventures. Another book I've written is Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire. After leaving Ireland during the recession, I moved to Toronto, and this book talks about the first 2 years as a newcomer to Toronto. Not newcomer to Canada, but newcomer to Toronto. So Goodbye Frying Pan, Hello Fire talks about the first 2 years and what it was like trying to settle in the big city of Toronto. I had lived and worked in Southern California, and Red Car Long Legs talks about the adventures of living and working in Southern California. So lots of adventures there. My most recent publication, Where My Car Keys, this talks about my mother's journey with Alzheimer's disease and how our family coped. And for me, writing this book was a form of healing because I felt really sad, of course, when my mother passed away. So to try to get over her death, I wrote this book, and it was really a good form of healing. I also did a children's companion book, which is my first illustrated children's book. And it talks about my mother's journey with Alzheimer's disease from the perspective of my nephew, who watched her suffer, over a 12-year period, really. And so today, I'm reading from Dérivé, a Trini expat comes home. Now, any Trinis out there, do you know what image is on the cover? It's one of my photographs. Oh, hi, Jill. So somebody in the chat box, tell me what image is on the cover of Dérivé. Anybody? What image is on the cover of Dérivé? Trinidadians would know this one, or people who have visited Trinidad, because this is one of the favorite spots to take a photograph. Anybody? Just put your answer in the chat box. What photo is on the cover of Dérivé? So while I'm waiting for the answers, I'm going to read from the introduction to the book. As a Trinidadian expat, I've found myself living and working in cities around the world. The most heartwarming experience in every country was to encounter another Trinidadian expat on a similar adventure of assimilating into a foreign culture. Every time I return home, I find the country quite different from the one I left behind. Friends have moved away, and those who've never relocated are busy with their lives. It's not easy being a Trini expat who has an idealized and sometimes unrealistic vision of Trinidad, which is one big happy carnival party, while ordinary people carry on with their daily lives. Having strong ties with immediate family is one main reason to return. When elderly parents become ill or incapacitated, the guilt of leaving them behind creates a stronger urge to return. Dérivé is a collection of stories describing some of my adventures as I travel from country to country, including return visits to Trinidad and Tobago, my country of birth. The memoir details a roller coaster of emotions during a visit to Africa, my ancestral home, as well as hurdles in entering and leaving North America. The book provides some nostalgia for Trinidadian expats living in foreign lands and opens a whole new world to readers who've never traveled to this multicultural country. Residents of Trinidad and Tobago would find the expats' nostalgia and attachment to the good old days amusing. But this is all we have to keep us grounded. Expressions and sayings of Trinidad and Tobago are highlighted in italics throughout the book, and a glossary at the end explains the meanings. So at the end of the book, I have a nice glossary that explains many Trinidadian sayings to anyone who's not familiar. You know, like Bajon, a man who likes to fight, and Bazodi, confused or astonished. So all sorts of good Trini sayings at the back of the book. So someone who's not familiar with the Trinidadian parlance can look at the back and get the explanation. So that's one of the highlights of this book. Right, Ojil said maracas. Yes, very good. That photograph on the cover I took some years ago on the way up to Maracas Beach at the Lookout Point. So it's one of the favorite places whenever we come back to Trinidad for a visit. I like to go and take a photograph at the same spot every single time, or at least look at it and buy some goodies from the vendors selling food over there. Right. So in Dérivé, I talk about returning for Carnival, for my dad's funeral. When my mother got sick and was in hospital, I returned, and for various festivals like book festivals, jazz festival, etc. So I'll read some of these stories for you. And it's always amusing to return to Trinidad with visitors, especially those who've never been before, and just to see the expressions on their faces and see how they interact with the people when they're there. So let me read a passage I call Soca in Mocha. Let me find that one. Soca in Mocha. So that visit, when we were in time for Soca in Mocha, I had brought my Irish boyfriend back to Trinidad. And it was a short carnival season, so we were there for Christmas and happened to be there on time for Soca in Mocha. And that song I was playing at the beginning, the intro song, Wave Hold It, was very popular. And it was New Year's Day, 2008. So a new year had started, and new soca songs filled the airwaves. It was New Year's Day, 2008, and the short carnival season was upon us. With the carnival parade scheduled for February 19th and 20th, Carnival Nation had to try as best as possible to squeeze in parties and events into a mere 6-week period. For this reason, Soca in Mocha, one of the most popular college alumni all-inclusive fete was planned for January 1st. All Trini expats visiting for Christmas were as pleased as punch to get a jump up and wine before returning to our respective cold and dreary climates. I was happy too to have Sean, my boyfriend, sample a little taste of Trinidad Carnival. We purchased tickets from our very good friend and made our way over Moncoko Road to Maraval Road, leading to Mocha. It was worth our while to arrive early, since this was a popular event, and as always, we wanted to park close to the entrance. As we drove along Moncoko Road, Sean observed the scenery and was visibly shaken when we turned a bend near a precipice. His comfort level settled when we eventually arrived at flat land on Maraval Road. Even though this was a very narrow road with racing traffic in both directions. So can you imagine? You have a visitor who's used to a well-built-up city traveling over Moncoko Road. If anybody knows Moncoko Road, you have those little houses just literally on a precipice. So a scary notion for any visitor. What do we have here? Oh, hi, Christine. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Right. So as we entered Mocha, ostentatious homes with neatly manicured gardens could be seen on both sides of the route. There was new construction of townhouses and enormous wrought iron gates with intricate designs and patterns. Why are all these houses so big, he asks. It's not fair to the people who don't have big houses. Anyway, strange observation. Soca in Mocha was organized by the alumni of Trinity College, a secondary school, and hosted at the school grounds. This Anglican secondary school was a brother school to my alma mater, Bishop Anstey High School. So I knew I would meet many a bishop's girl at the party. We presented our tickets and walked in to inspect the food pavilions. There was Creole food, Chinese food, Indian food, and every other imaginable American-style meal too. My partner was fascinated by all the drinks pavilions, rum, beer, cocktails, whiskey, and more. And everyone could drink and go back for more drinks. How is this possible for one price? He asked. Well, it's going to be a drinker's paradise, I replied. As the night went on, more and more people came and the music rang out from large speakers on one side of the grounds. Then a live performance began on the other side. People ate and danced like there was no tomorrow. Then they drank and danced some more. When the sun went down, more people arrived and the merriment continued. Eat and dance, drink and dance, then eat again. As a non-drinker, I was determined to make the most of all the food being served to get my money's worth. My partner paced himself with the drinks. He was enjoying the line. We entered one of the drinks pavilions and a few white Trinidadians were dancing and partying over there. Sean approached a man with dark hair and asked him if he was Irish. "Nah man, I from right here," said the man. "Are you sure?" asked Sean, not convinced that the man was telling the truth. Up to that time, Sean had mainly seen Trinidadians of various colors and races. He hadn't seen someone who resembled him. So he had to ask. I had to tell him that not every white person was Irish or English in Trinidad. As he got a little tipsy, he spied a red-headed woman dancing in the crowd and of course approached her and asked if she was Irish too. "Hello, you must be Irish." "No, I'm British actually," she said. "So what are you doing here?" he asked. "Well, my best friend is from Trinidad, so I'm here for a visit." So anyway, we had quite a few laughs at that party. And what surprised him most is that people were not drunk and falling down on the ground as they would have been in Ireland, because they tried to drink until every drink was finished at the bar. Trinidadians didn't do that. They were still able to dance. Okay, how many people here have been to Soca in Mocha? Let me see, put it in the chat box. How many have been to Soca in Mocha? Anybody? Now, I haven't been since 2008. I hope they still have this party. So put it in the chat box if you've been to that big all-inclusive fete called Soca in Mocha. Put it in the chat box. Let's see. Now, I'm going to read about a more somber period. This is when my father passed away, and of course it is always very sad when you have to go back home to visit a relative that's passed away. Well, not to visit, but actually attend the funeral and plan the funeral. It's quite a sad time to return home, but unfortunately for expats, this is what happens. So my dad died in April 2010. I was living in Ireland with my daughter, and we had to return to Trinidad. So this part of the book, Funeral for Poke. We arrived early at the church before the funeral home was scheduled to bring the casket. Tiffany, Colette, my mother, and I dressed early and came to the church to take in the scene. The church had been decorated for the weekend services, so plants and flowers were everywhere. When the funeral home brought the casket, they placed it near the main entrance and asked if we wanted the top to be opened. I didn't object. It was one way for visitors to pay their last respects. The church looked the same as it did when we were growing up. The polished gray concrete floors, cherry brown wooden pews, and concrete gray brick side walls open to the top to let in fresh air remained the same. It was modern architecture with gaps in the walls that were created with metal gratings to let in more air. The altar formed an island near the back of the church. This priest was a young fellow I'd never seen before. However, I had left Trinidad at least 18 years before, and I should not have expected things to stay the same as when I left. I wondered about Father Gray, the priest we knew when we were growing up. Why couldn't he officiate at Pop's funeral? I heard he was still alive and serving in other parishes at the time. My father was a retired secondary school teacher and principal, as well as being actively involved in the Lions Club, providing community service for years. He was also an avid tennis player since his university days. This meant that the church was crowded with people from all walks of life. The members of his Lions chapter wanted to officiate as pallbearers and also give a speech at the service. Many past pupils, teachers, and staff of various schools where he taught history and English and officiated as principal were in attendance. Some of the faces were familiar since many of our family friends over the decades were teachers. This usually happened in a household where both parents were educators. I also taught for a brief period at the school where Daddy was principal. So as I walked around the church briefly greeting some of the teachers, it brought back memories of the good old days. Daddy got the nickname Pork in the Callaloo, shortened as Poke, from an early age. So people spoke about Poke affectionately, and at home we called him Pops. He had cancer, and at his 75th birthday had arranged a party at the tennis court with friends. He couldn't stop playing tennis until one day he collapsed on the courts and an ambulance had to take him away. That ended his tennis career. And it was like a slow death for him following that incident. Many family friends poured in, especially our cousins who lived in New York and other parts of the United States. My cousin Mariana, who flew in from New York City, stood near the entrance, patting my father's chest and crying. She was one of his favorites. And so the story goes on, you know, a former very somber occasion, but in the end it turned out to be happy in terms of celebrating my dad's life and meeting cousins we hadn't seen for a long, long time, because they all flew in for their favorite uncle's funeral. So this was one somber occasion as a Trini expat going back home. Right, let me read something. Oh, let's see in the chat box, because I know I have some Trini expats who are in several different countries. Tell me if you've had to fly home for a funeral. Magda, are you still there? Christine, did you ever have to fly back to Trinidad for a somber occasion like a funeral? Anybody? Okay, now let me read another passage. You know, coming to and from United States, I lived for some time, I would always try to bring in some mangoes or fruits from Trinidad, and you're not allowed to bring in fruit. So I learned my lesson one time when I tried this. A difficult lesson, but I was lucky not to get into really grave trouble. So I'm going to read that passage for you. It's called The Alien Brings Mangoes. I was living and working in Tallahassee, Florida at the time, and would sometimes go back to Trinidad on vacation. Every trip home, I was tempted to take a memory of Trinidad, and as much as I possibly could, put those memories into my suitcases. This invariably meant walking with food I could not buy locally. Roti skins, tamarind chutney, and a host of Trinidadian sweets like Benny balls, sugar cake, papa balls, and dinner mints. Many times the comfort food would spend weeks in the refrigerator uneaten. However, the pleasure of having a slice of home in the refrigerator was worth the effort. On one such occasion, returning from Trinidad, I remember the lengthy queues through U.S. Immigration and Customs in Miami. People from all over the world seemed to converge on Miami at the same time. It was a meeting of the worlds, and everybody had a story. I joined one of the long queues and hoped for the best. Once I got past the immigration person, the next step would be to review the luggage in the customs area. When my turn came, I stood in front of a middle-aged man with a bald head and the strangest pointy nose. He wore tiny black frame spectacles, and he seemed to have no lips. He didn't need to smile at any foreigners passing through, so he didn't need lips, I thought. He looked at my foreign passport, my Trinidad and Tobago passport, then looked at me pointedly to see if I resembled the person in the photo. Then he asked, "Are you an alien?" For a split second, I looked at his pointy nose, his tiny black spectacles, and his shiny head, and imagined he was surely from Mars or another planet. How could he ask me if I was an alien? There must have been some sort of misunderstanding. I thought about the question for a fraction of a second, and then realized anyone who was not an American at that time was called an alien. And I had to answer his question, yes, I'm an alien. I said this with an unhappy face. He carried on punching information into the computer and asked where I was coming from. I announced Trinidad and Tobago. I was on vacation to visit my family. At that time, I traveled on the Trinidad and Tobago passport, and I had an H-1B visa allowing me to work in Florida. He stamped my passport, and out I went to collect my bags and move to the next stage. When I collected my suitcase, I was about to go through the green zone, nothing to declare. As I walked past some customs officers, one of them motioned for me to come across to his table. Yikes, I thought. I had packed a small world of goodies from Trinidad. What could he possibly be looking for? Where are you coming from, ma'am? He asked. Please open your bags. This was the part I didn't like. He was going to see my smelly smoked herring and saltfish, frozen roti skins, and cheddar cheese. You know that cheddar cheese we get in Trinidad, the big chunks of cheese. I used to like to bring that. I was sure to cook the callaloo bush so they wouldn't think it was marijuana. One could never be too careful. Customs always believed people from the Caribbean were carrying drugs. Poor me, I never smoked cigarettes in my life and wouldn't know what to do with anything else. I had double wrapped food in plastic bags and then it closed so they wouldn't be too noticeable. What do you have here? Asked the officer. Oh, just a few favorite foods, I said with a nervous smile. I started sweating, wondering if he would find pieces of salted pigtail that I had stashed to use as flavoring for my bean stews. I heaved a heavy sigh when he glossed over that part. Any fruits? He probed. Oh no, nothing at all, I said with confidence as he continued searching. I had boxes of orchard fruit punch, a tin of Milo, and a bag of Kerrygold powdered milk with some Tunnock's wafers and some other sweets. What's this? He asked as he spotted a bottle of green seasoning. Oh, that's just some herbs in vinegar, I said. We use it to marinate meat. I had bought a fresh bunch of herbs at the Port of Spain Central Market a few days before, and Mommy had cleaned the chives, shadow benny, fresh thyme, celery, and blended this with Scotch bonnet pepper and garlic and vinegar. It was delicious. Potent green blend of seasoning to be used for all the food I was cooking. I hoped against hope they wouldn't take away my green seasoning. The officer continued digging and then came across an opaque plastic bag. And what's in this bag, ma'am? He asked. I shrugged. Oh, I'm not too sure. With that, he cut open the bag to reveal about 10 Julie mangoes. So to find out what happened next, you have to get your copy of Dérivé, a Trini Expat Comes Home. Hi, Lauren. Oh, hi, Nancy. Good to see you. So how many people have tried bringing back all sorts of goodies like what I described in my book? Let's see. Yes, Lauren, I brought back smoked herring because where I was living at the time in Tallahassee, Florida, I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it at all. Let's see. Anybody, what did you bring back from Trinidad on a visit? Pastels, yes, green seasonings, roti skin, curry mango. Yes, Jill, that's a good list of comfort food. We can't forget our comfort food when we're traveling from Trinidad. So let me play a little music and drink some water. Yes, just needed a little drink of water. Thanks so much to everyone who just joined. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Lauren. Good to see you. Now, I'm going to read a passage from when my mom was admitted into hospital. She had Alzheimer's disease. She was staying at a senior's home. It didn't work out at that home. And you know, it's very difficult to try and supervise from thousands of miles away what happens at a senior's home with one's parents. Anyway, that particular senior's home ended up not being the best for her. She got gravely ill and ended up in Port of Spain General Hospital. So I'm going to read a few passages from the book that talks about my mother's time in hospital. Some stories are really funny and some not so funny, especially when she was first admitted. So the doctors at the hospital would do their rounds early in the morning, and they didn't really like to speak to family members and visitors. But I never took no for an answer, and I asked many questions. So I asked 100 questions of the main doctor in the group who did the rounds looking at my mother that morning. I wanted him to speak to me. By my fourth question, he seemed a little irritated. Anything else? He asked. Yes, I said. What's that big bump at the back of her neck? Is that a swollen lymph node? Have you seen it? I asked. Even if he hadn't noticed this, he said he did, just to be nice, and told me it was not a swollen lymph node. The doctors and nurses might have missed this, I thought. I only found the huge golf ball sized bump when I was adjusting Gloria's pillow. Customer service was obviously not on the nursing or medical school curriculum. If it wasn't one's personality to be nice, then patients and families receive the brunt of whatever frustrations the staff was facing. The saga continued as Mommy was being treated for a host of ailments with no simple solution. Antibiotics for an infection which looked like it had spread to the blood, insulin for high blood sugar, a constant saline drip to rehydrate the body. Her left leg was swollen to twice the size of the other leg, and the doctor said she may have had a blood clot. They had to take an ultrasound of her leg. The test was ordered, but we had to wait a few days before she was taken to the lab for examination. She was not alert during the evening visits and would frequently doze off. However, in the morning visits, she seemed more alert and ready to communicate. I asked the doctor what they planned to feed her, since on the first day when I visited, I saw a tea lady drop off a big sandwich and a cup of tea to her bedside. I had to tell the woman that my mother was too weak to lift a cup and certainly would not be able to hold a piece of bread and bring it to her mouth, far less chew the bread. However, she still needed to be fed something. By the second day in the hospital, we finally got this fact clear. She needed liquid food. We were realizing how involved we had to be in our mother's healthcare for things to progress smoothly. I planned to be at her bedside every day during the morning and evening visiting hours. It was like a job. So just describing the situation at the hospital, the short visiting hours, and I was home on vacation, but not really a vacation. It was like a job to make sure that the healthcare professionals were taking care of my mother. So I'll tell you what small solution we came up with. The young woman in the bed next to my mother became our spy, and we gave her a telephone number to contact us in case something were to happen to our mother. One morning she said she overheard the doctors saying, "Things don't look too good. You have to tell the family." Another morning she overheard one doctor say, "Her recovery is remarkable. She's doing very well. We were so lucky to have our spy until the day she was discharged from the hospital. I was happy for this young woman whose husband and siblings came to visit her and bring food every single day. She was too young to be in a ward with elderly patients. During the evening visiting hours, evangelical people walked around the wards praying for patients if the families wanted prayers. I asked them to come and pray for Gloria. Any prayers would be great at this stage. Jesus bless your sister, said one. Yes, Lord, said the other. Jesus bless your sister. Yes, Lord, said the other. She had a Bible in the air and dramatically continued her prayer with eyes closed. Pray for your sister, beg you, Lord. Sister Gloria needs your help. The other one said, yes, Lord. With that, Mommy looked at them and smiled. After a few more phrases of praise, we thanked them and they packed up and moved to the bed of the 94-year-old woman opposite. While they prayed for her, she spoke non-stop, not hearing a word they were saying. I am 94 years old, you know. I don't know why they brought me here. I don't want to be in any hospital. If only I could get a cup of tea. That's what the old woman said. Call the nurse to bring a cup of tea for me now. We laughed at the cutest granny, focused on her tea, and didn't even hear the prayers. After a while, the God-fearing pair packed up and moved on to their next willing recipient of prayers. So it was quite funny because the lady in the bed opposite didn't hear a word they said. All she wanted was a cup of tea, which she didn't get, you know, because it wasn't tea time. Anyway. Now, at the hospital, there's no air conditioning. And, as you know, it's usually 30 degrees in Trinidad, plus or minus 3 degrees. So with no air conditioning, you know how hot it could be in a hospital. And if you wanted any moving air, you had to bring your own fan. So I'll tell you what I did. When we left the hospital that evening, we drove through St. James, and I anxiously searched the storefronts for a fan to put at my mother's bedside. The ward was not cooled with air conditioning, and the temperature could reach 34 degrees in the shade. She needed a fan, at least to keep the air moving and create some relief from the heat. It seemed nobody gave her water from the bottle we left at her bedside during the day. A good fan was critical to keep her cool. At a hardware store in St. James, I saw a sign that said floor fans, $99. We pulled aside right away to grab this special deal. As I bought the fan, I felt dizzy with the heat. All I saw on the front of the fan was a cartoon of a donkey. The attendant plugged it in to ensure that it worked. And he said, this fan comes with a 1-day warranty. 1 day. What do you mean by 1-day warranty? Is the fan any good, or will it break down the minute I walk out of your store? I asked him. He and the cashier laughed heartily. He said, oh, I meant to say it's 24 hours guarantee. And we all laughed heartily. I hoped the flimsy fan would hold up to the ravages of the hospital. All we had to do was plug it in and leave it on day and night. On a few occasions, when we visited the ward the following days, we found the fan pushed to a corner and switched off with the top on the floor. This could have happened when they were cleaning. Nobody knew. When some friends visited my mother during her second week in the hospital, I noticed the brand on the fan said Big Ass. How could I have bought a product with that brand name? That explained the cartoon of the donkey and probably explained the laughter when I purchased the gadget. Can you imagine the brand name? That's why it was so cheap, with a 24-hour warranty or guarantee, as they told me. Anyway, it didn't last very long, but but it sure was funny at the time. Yeah, 1 day warranty. Can you imagine, Nancy, a 1 day warranty? It means they didn't intend for it to last. That's why it was cheap and cheerful. Anyway, now at the hospital, there were characters outside, and you'd see the same people every single day when they came during visiting hours. A lot of them sold snacks to families that were visiting. So I'll just tell you about what we saw in the car park one day. It was quite entertaining actually to go during the morning visiting hours and the afternoon visiting hours for the characters. It's the Nuts Man Salt and Fresh Cashew Nuts Kumar Rice Cake. Salt and Fresh Cashew Nuts Kumar Rice Cake. It's the Nuts Man Salt and Fresh Cashew Nuts Kumar Rice Cake. The roadway exiting the hospital was filled with vendors who plied their trade as hospital staff and visitors entered and left every day. Some vendors paid for space in a wooden building where they sold a variety of snack foods and drinks. Others would set up a makeshift table at the side of the pavement and take a chance, especially targeting families as they came and went during visiting hours. There was the Nuts Man who sat next to his tray of miscellaneous plastic bags filled with goodies. The Doubles Man and the Pie Man had a lineup of customers early in the morning as people entered the hospital grounds and needed breakfast. I was a bit skeptical about buying food from these people who handle food and money with great dexterity. No hand washing facilities were visible for miles around. The Herbs Man pulled up in a pickup truck, opened the tray and called on departing hospital staff as well as the hundreds of families on their way out at 6 p.m. His spoken English was impeccable compared to that of the other vendors who spoke Trini parlance. He explained the virtues of his herbs to anyone who would listen. Small plants were ready for transplanting in the garden or could be harvested fresh from the windowsill in your kitchen daily. A woman sold slices of cakes from a tray on the edge of the car park. Sponge cake, black fruit cake, lemon cake. They were large, tempting slices for anyone who felt hungry on the way out. The parking lot security personnel, both men and women, were a strange breed. It was their job to make the free parking lot at the hospital as difficult as possible for all visitors. The lot was open early in the morning, and cones were placed in some of the best and most convenient spots along the edge of the parking lot, so nobody could use these spots. Only when the worst spots were filled would they begrudgingly move the cones. This caused great frustration and ire in many visitors. The sight of staff parking seldom filled up. But one was not allowed to park on that side of the parking lot unless you could somehow make friends with the attendant. The parking staff all went home at 6 p.m. sharp, locking the gate to exit the visitors' parking lot to the nearby street. This was exactly the end of visiting hours when a mass exodus from the hospital was exacerbated by traffic as we all tried to leave through another roadway which was very narrow and leading around many buildings to the other side of the hospital. The gate closure at 6 p.m. defied logic. One morning, a frustrated relative who had parked on the street and walked through the parking lot at the end of visiting hours, saw the cones still fixed in spaces near the edge of the parking lot. She decided to challenge the bossy looking attendant for not allowing people to park in the space. Suddenly, a huge argument broke out and it turned ugly. Why are you so stupid? You have the cones in the space and people have to park outside the hospital. Ma'am, mind your business and keep walking, said the attendant. Well, that comment really irritated the woman, who decided to spend another 10 minutes berating the parking lot attendant. That is why you so working in a parking lot. You're uneducated and it is the only job you can get, said the irate visitor. Ma'am, I said to mind your business. I am in charge of this parking lot, said the attendant. What the hell? I'm sure you don't even have a car. You're so blasted stupid. Why the hell you don't give people a space to park? I had to walk quite the hell outside and you're hogging all the spaces in here. This visitor was fuming mad. The women argued back and forth, and it seemed to me like a fist fight could break out at any moment. The visitor was not backing down. I asked my sister to drive out quickly so we wouldn't have to get caught up in the traffic leaving the site because of a fight. The sun was beating down on us that morning. The morning dew had long burned off. So what do you think about this, folks? Fight almost broke out in the parking lot. Let me see your comments there. Because at the hospital, you had the people selling food, the parking lot attendants. There were several characters that we saw day after day as we went there every single day for a couple of weeks. Tell me what you think of these people. And at the end of the day, miscellaneous people would open up their cars and sell slices of cake or herbs or anything you wanted, because they knew they'd have a captive audience leaving the hospital. So it was quite interesting to see these characters every single day. I'll tell you about another character, a patient. We were trying to back out of the space in the parking lot, and more people were entering and leaving the parking lot. As we backed out slowly, we barely missed an elderly woman with a short afro who walked through the parking lot. She was dressed in a pink cotton nightgown. Now, this was the middle of the day. She was dressed in a pink cotton nightgown on her waist somewhere. She walked with purpose, and in my assessment could not have been very ill. However, she sported her hospital tag on her wrist and she was a patient. The old woman decided to walk directly behind our car as we tried to back out. We were going to see her every single day at 9 a.m. sharp, leaving the parking lot to go somewhere. She was a regular at the hospital. So that was another character that we saw every single day, heading somewhere in a nightgown at 9 a.m. with the hospital wristband, just heading somewhere every single day. Let's see, life in Trini. I used to live in St. Anne's. Oh yes, when you lived in St. Anne's, you saw a lot of crazy people. But this was a regular hospital, and the characters were endless. So it was quite entertaining. Yes, our mother was ill in the hospital, but we were entertained by the characters all around. The nurses, the doctors, the vendors, just everybody. It was constant entertainment. Any other comments about the hospital characters. What do people think about them? Anybody? Now I'm going to tell you about one incident when my mother was at a senior's home. So she didn't really speak in complete sentences after a while because of her Alzheimer's disease, but she was quite mischievous nevertheless. So with a bit of mischief one morning, my mom told me the nurse had hit her. I asked, did she really do that, Gloria? The nurse looked at my mom in disbelief. Did I hit you, Gloria? I hit you? And then my mother looked at me and said, nope. And then she sent kisses to the nurse. In fact, my mother was the one who had fought the nurse while she tried to seat her in the wheelchair that morning. When my mother had left the hospital, she was back to her feisty ways, pinching the nurses and biting them sometimes. She was not mobile anymore, but very mischievous. Most days she spent in her wheelchair, looking out at the beautiful lush vegetation in the mountains at the new seniors' home. The air was fresh, and the big dog Skipper passed every once in a while to say hello. On my last day of a visit to Trinidad, I felt happy to know that my mother would be in caring hands in a new seniors' home. Mommy, will you be okay until I see you again? I asked. Yes, darling, she said, and gave me a big hug and a kiss. I used to look forward so much to getting a hug and a kiss when my mom was still able to do so. And she would always say, yes, darling. When I said, will I see you again? Yes, darling. It was the most comforting feeling. Because, as you know, when you're thousands of miles away, or well, maybe you don't know, but those who have experienced this, it is very sad to leave an ill parent behind and not know if you would ever see them alive again. So I will round off our session with a little poem that I wrote called Diary of a Trini Expat. I went away and I came back again. Have I changed, or has my country changed? Why doesn't anybody recognize me? Where are all the friends I used to know? Some have moved to distant lands. The ones left behind seem not to know me anymore. Will they accept me, or am I just like any foreigner? I've come for the laughter and enjoyment. I've come for carnival. I've come for Christmas, the parang and the soca. I crave bacchanal before I go back to the cold. What about the food? Is a roti still important? Can I not get this in the big city? They say the taste is different. It's all about the seasoning. The culture must have changed. People have more foreign things than before. When I was young, Christmas was more exciting. We used to feel holy on Christmas Day. When I lived in Trinidad, Carnival seemed more exciting too. When I lived in Trinidad, we didn't sing Calypso on Ash Wednesday. When I lived in Trinidad, we fasted during Lent and we didn't party until Gloria Saturday. When I lived in Trinidad, you didn't have to lock up the house or call anybody before you visited. What happened? Why has the culture changed so much? Why is it I don't recognize most people in a crowd? When did all the children become adults? I hope the culture wouldn't change. I want to recapture my childhood when I visit. I've boasted to people in foreign lands about my country. Alas, it's not the same as when I left. I'm longing for a past that will never return. I start to compare my country with foreign lands. Complaining gets me nowhere. Nothing is the same. Realizing the changes, I know I'll have to leave. Seeking more adventure, I know I'll have to leave again. Would my child ever truly know where I came from? My family is still here, so I'll have to come back. I promise to return to recharge and renew, but I cannot stay. I'll take roti skins, julie mango, green seasoning, and pigeon peas. I'll take some rum punch, bitters, sorrel, and Moby back. I'll take some sugar cake, cassava pone, and pastels. Anything that will help to keep me grounded. I'll squeeze anything into that big suitcase, slowly losing ties with my roots. I'm afraid of becoming a lost soul in a watered-down society. So thank you everyone for listening. That's how I ended the book in my diary of a Trini expat. You know, as a Trini expat, we try to squeeze everything into the suitcase and travel with a taste of Trinidad back to wherever we're going. Trinidad is not the same. What can we do? No place stays the same. So tell me, people in the chat box, if you're Trini, when was the last time you visited? When was the last time you visited? Oops. Uh-oh. I have to change this. I'm going to adjust that. I'm putting my website in the chat box, jennylyndjames.com books. So when you get a chance, please check out my website, jennylyndjames.com books, to see descriptions of all the memoirs. And don't forget to like my Facebook page, Jennylynd James Writer. Please like my Facebook page and share it with friends so they can also join in the next time we have a book reading. Oh, Lauren, you were there for Carnival this year. Lucky you! Because we don't know when we're going to have a big carnival like that again. So you were sure lucky to be there for Carnival this year. Anybody else? I know we have a few Trinis actually living in Trinidad. Well, thank you so much everyone for joining this afternoon. I surely appreciate your presence during the book reading. And please invite friends next time we have a book reading. I'll send out a notice. We'll try to have one next weekend. Thank you so much again, everybody, for participating. Do like my Facebook page, Jennylynd James Writer, and check out my website to see a description of the books. All the books are there, and I have a new book coming up, fiction, young adult fiction. So it's my first experiment with young adult fiction. Thanks again, and bye-bye, everybody. Take care. See you next time. Bye. Thanks, Magda. Invite friends to the next book reading. Tell some more friends wherever you're living. Lauren, invite friends from Texas. Magda, invite some friends from the UK. We'd like to have more friends come and enjoy the book reading and participate. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.